never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Baruso reporting. More than 5 months after experiencing a stroke, Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman often spoke haltingly throughout a highly anticipated debate against Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz as they vie for the Pennsylvania Senate seat left vacant by retiring Pat Toomey. Brooke Hatfield, a Maryland speech pathologist who has worked with stroke patients and also watched the debate, described Fetterman's speech errors as common for people when they have a stroke. We know that for many stroke survivors, the first year can bring rapid improvement, but the brain will continue to rewire itself throughout someone's life, she said. Fetterman and Oz wrapped up the night this way.
My campaign is all about fighting for anyone in Pennsylvania that ever got knocked down, that had to get back up again. You know, I'm also fighting for any forgotten community all across Pennsylvania.
Ask yourself this and others in your family. Are you unhappy with where America's headed? I am. And if you are as well, then I'm the candidate for change.
A South Carolina judge on Wednesday ruled that former Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows must appear for testimony in the Atlanta area grand jury 2020 election meddling investigation. I'm going to find that the witness is material and necessary to the investigation and that the state of Georgia is assuring not to cause undue hardship to him. Judge Edward Miller, who sits on the Court of Common Pleas in Pickens County, South Carolina, said at the end of a hearing Wednesday morning. The Philadelphia District Attorney is in a lot of hot water.
Pennsylvania House Republicans are expected to file articles of impeachment against Larry Krasner, Philadelphia's soft-on-crime district attorney. This comes 2 days after a committee investigating Krasner released a critical report that tied his policies to rising rates of gun violence in Philadelphia. The resolution is sponsored by Pennsylvania GOP Representative Martina White. A vote could come as soon as Wednesday. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1920 to 1938 Buffalo nickel, a true American classic and one of the most iconic coins in history. It's been more than 80 years since the last Buffalo nickel coin was struck. But now, for a limited time only, full 1-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Buffalo nickels are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1920 to 1938 classic American Buffalo nickel coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-895-7267 now to secure a full pound of collector's-grade U.S. Buffalo nickels struck during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $10, free with every order. Call now, 1-800-895-7267 to secure your full pound bag of Buffalo nickels before they're gone. 1-800-895-7267. That's 1-800-895-7267.
With just weeks until the decisive midterm elections, a second woman has come forward claiming that she got pregnant and then had an abortion paid for by Georgia GOP Senate candidate Herschel Walker. Appearing virtually at a press conference Wednesday with attorney Gloria Allred, the woman, identified as Jane Doe, recounted how she met Herschel in the 1980s and carried on a 6-year affair with the then NFL player. Jane Doe says she became pregnant in April of '93 and says Walker pressured her to get an abortion by first giving her the cash, and after she left the first appointment without receiving the abortion, Walker himself drove her to the clinic and waited in the parking lot until the procedure was finished. Jane Doe telling reporters during Wednesday's press conference why she chose to come forward now.
I do not believe that Herschel is morally fit to be a U.S. Senator, and that is the reason why I am speaking up.
Adidas is officially ending its business relationship with Kanye West, now known as Ye, at a cost of nearly $250 million, following a weekend of intense pressure to drop the artist following a string of recent anti-Semitic remarks. Adidas put out a statement that said, Adidas does not tolerate anti-Semitism and any other sort of hate speech. Ye's recent comments and actions have been unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous, and they violate the company's values of diversity and inclusion, mutual respect, and fairness. This is USA Radio News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, what do you say? Without further ado, are you ready? Bingo. Let's get this thing on the road. Rolling into a Thursday as we close out hump day from time zone to time zone, work our way into the 27th day of October. I guess Halloween weekend coming on. Ghosts and Goblins will be out this weekend. Of course, Halloween Monday. You imagine the school teachers, Tuesday morning, all the kids coming in, all jacked up on sugar, been eating candy all night. Halloween on a Monday. Well, I hope you've had a good week. We're set to get underway 5 hours. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios, our secret bunker in Southwest Ohio. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Looks like a great night for trailer trucking. Much of the country high and dry. Little bit of rain in south central and southeastern South Dakota on over into Nebraska, north central, northeast Nebraska. Nothing severe, nothing heavy. Still a little bit of the white stuff. Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah as well. Then we got a little bit of rain in the northeast. But again, the overall picture, great night. Most of the asphalt should be dry, smooth sailing. So we'll break things down. Things are going to be kind of changing in the northwest. We're going to be looking at a lot of rain coming back into Texas. Remember, we've been following this proverbial train of storms coming in off the Pacific. At one point, there were a total of 6 storms lined up. Now, system number 1 came in and made its way through the east. That's the one that's headed off the east coast tonight. System number 2 is coming in as we speak. A little bit of rain pushing into the westernmost reaches of Washington. This next system, though, going to have some pretty far-reaching effects. Of course, good news would be drought-quenching rainfall, but too much of a good thing. Some areas may be hit with flash flooding, and a few areas may be at the risk for some damaging thunderstorms. This system's going to be dipping further south than the system that indeed brought some severe weather and drenching rain to a wide zone of the south-central states earlier this week. Now, due to this fact, both severe weather and rain will be more consolidated to the south this time around compared to the storm we saw back on Monday and Tuesday this week. Yeah, maybe the most widespread day for gusty, severe thunderstorm activity will actually be coming up later this afternoon, Thursday afternoon into Thursday night. So 24 hours from now, when we're firing things up, we may have some severe weather to discuss. It's during this time, forecasters are going to be focused on western and central portions of Texas and Oklahoma for storms to erupt. Yeah, this is going to occur just as the storm begins to move out of the Rockies and into the southern high plains. Main threats will be strong wind gusts and some localized incidents of hail and flash flooding as the storm continues its southeastward trek. Greatest risk for severe weather is going to converge along the Gulf Coast and the I-10 corridor. Yeah, from eastern Texas to the Florida Panhandle. That'll be Friday, Saturday, even into Sunday for some. Now, Thursday night, it's probably going to be primarily soaking rainfall. A widespread 1 to 2 inches of rain, localized 2 to 4 inches in the forecast from central Texas and Oklahoma to central and southern Alabama, the western portions of the Florida Panhandle. Timing things out, the bulk of the heavy rain, Dallas, Houston, Austin, and San Antonio, will be on Friday. Most of the rain should hold off for New Orleans until maybe Friday night. May not reach Birmingham, Alabama, till maybe even Saturday night. And it's possible the rain stays away from Atlanta till maybe even Sunday. Now, the rainfall is going to kind of tail off substantially from this storm further to the north. There's a wedge of dry air. It's probable that very little to no rain falls over much of Kansas and Missouri with this system. And since the bulk of the rain is going to fall so far to the south, it's not really going to have any significant help to shipping along the Mississippi River. Things continue to get worse as the river continues to drop. Now, they say a large portion of the Red River of the South and the Pearl River in the state of Mississippi will receive some decent amounts of rain from this system, but both of those water systems do not impact levels on the Mississippi River. Some rain will pivot northward into portions of Tennessee over the weekend, maybe even to parts of the Ohio Valley early next week, but not looking like enough rain to have any big impact on the Mississippi River levels. Now, they do say the Ohio River is the largest tributary to the Mississippi River, and right now the long-range forecast team has been kind of emphasizing the anticipated weather pattern into at least the first part of the winter does not actually bode well for rainfall in the central states, and any significant boost in the low water levels there along the Mississippi. That's not really the news we want to hear, especially when it comes to the barge, the shipping traffic, the supply chain disruptions due to those low water levels. We've got an update on that coming up here. And we may be able to kind of converge problems along the Mississippi River. A railroad strike is now becoming more and more back into the picture. We'll give you the latest on the railroad unions, the 12 different unions that have been voting. A couple of weeks ago, one of the first unions rejected the contract offer. Waiting to see that there were a couple of other big unions yet to vote. Well, this past day, word comes down, a second railroad union has rejected the deal with the freight railroads this past day. This increases the risk of a possibility of a strike next month in November that could cripple the economy. Just what we wanted to hear. So we talk about a potential rail strike, already the difficulties with the barge traffic along the Mississippi River. What more can we pile on? Well, coming up, we were anticipating here Wednesday the release of the latest inventory numbers. Where did our crude stockpiles go? Did the numbers go up or down? I guess the good news would be the numbers actually went up pretty significant. That's crude inventories. But more and more discussion about the diesel shortage we've been talking about in the Northeast, where they are already rationing heating oil or diesel in parts of the northeastern USA. Updates on that and so much more to delve into here on a Thursday morning. Let me flip the page over. Who we got jumping in out of the box? Hello to Philly Dan as we check in first on YouTube this morning. What if we tell Joe he can't have any more ice cream until he fixes everything he broke? Would that work? You know, Philly Dan, as comical as that might be, I think he might really get on to some things. No more ice cream, Joe. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. Richard checks in from Central Florida, 71 degrees here on a Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Too Tall checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Have a safe night. We've got 63 degrees in Hammer, South Carolina tonight. There's the Michigan Madman on board. Hello, Steve. Rockpick checks in from, of course, Rochester, New York. Checking in with the phone. Stay safe and enjoy. All right. Mitch checks in. Looking forward to tonight's show here in Columbus, Ohio. Stay safe out there, drivers. All right. Joe Self, morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive family. Have a breezy 55 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Yeah, you're getting the winds we had earlier in the day. Very, very breezy here in southwest Ohio. The winds have really calmed down. The flags are pretty much just hanging straight down. A very quiet night with clear skies. Good night for some stargazing, but a cool night. Already down to 44 at this hour in southwest Ohio. Howdy from the land of fruits and nuts. Currently 64 degrees near Newberry Springs, California. That's Carl checking in this morning. Norman on board from north central Kansas. Got the big tipper loaded, coffee on the boil. Headed north to Nebraska. 42 degrees, clouds. We could see a little bit of rain, but everybody run safe tonight. Hello from Coldwater. Good night to my Kimmy. Crutches and all, still being grandma of the century. The rest of y'all be safe. God bless you and your families. It's Rubber Duck. 10-10 on the side. All right. Pappy's on board, 42 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Thanks for all the nocturnal listeners of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive who wished this old dude a happy birthday. As Kojak would say, who loves you, baby? Yeah, showing my age, you are, Pappy. Hope you had a good birthday this past day, though. Hammer down and be safe, he says. Let's see. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. 44, clear skies in Music City, USA. That's Jay checking in. It's a great night to be truck driving. There you go. 007 is on board from Walcott, Iowa. The TA truck stop. That's the world's largest truck stop, of course. Joe Groves, have a safe night, everybody. Let's see. Bobby Bibbs. Well, tried to snow a bit here in Salt Lake City. Didn't do well. But the mountains are indeed snow-covered. It's back up to Portland. Then we'll turn back to Texas. Moving that freight. Hello to Jody. Hello, Steve Sommers. I miss you on ATN. Well, it's good to have you with us here, Jody. OvernightDriveRadio.com. 5-7, copying the mail. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. We've got 50 degrees in White City, Kansas. Just unloaded 73 heifers, and we're fixing to head north. A special sunflower shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the land of Oz. And lastly, there's Brett with 44 degrees in St. Charles, Missouri. If you'd like to say hello, jump over to the app on the iPhone or the Android, Facebook, YouTube. You can place your comments there. I get to see all the comments from the various sources here at the Home 20. Our number, 844-844-3388, as we kick off a Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, let me see here. Buckeye Boy checking in via the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Ferdinand Beach, Florida, where it's a very pleasant 72 degrees. Got my delivery completed. My friends picked my wife and myself up, and we're spending a few days at their house here until Sunday. I got a tea time lined up for Friday. I'm going to try to find somewhere I can do some fishing, or maybe get a charter for some inshore fishing. There you go. Yeah, got up early again, so I'll be hitting the hay. Get some rest, everybody. Have a great night, and be careful out there. Thank you very much, Buckeye Boy. Larry got your email as well. Good afternoon, Steve. Got my first load of fuel for the season, $5.25 per gallon. So 177.8 gallons. This is his home heating oil, his load of fuel. $933.45. Will not be on the road tonight, but you ask about the results of the barbecue competition I was participating in over the past weekend. Well, on day one, we got 12th overall in the chicken, 15th in the ribs, 9th out of 24 teams. Day two, 14th overall, 13th chicken, 14th ribs out of 22 teams. It's not really where I wish I was, but still not a bad weekend. But we'll be back out on the road Thursday night. All right, Larry. Well, at least you had fun, right? That's the idea of participating in the competitions and all that good stuff, right? All right, let's delve in first to the inventory numbers, the much anticipated, the numbers released at 10:30 Wednesday morning. Believe it or not, U.S. crude oil stockpiles rose in the most recent week, even as the volume of exports hit an all-time record. According to the Energy Information Administration this past day, crude inventories rose by 2.6 million barrels in the week ending October 21st. Everything runs about a week behind, right? We are at 439.9 million barrels. That's nearly triple what the analysts had forecast in a Reuters poll. They are anticipating about a 1 million barrel rise. But crude exports surged to a weekly record of 5.1 million barrels per day, cutting net crude imports to just over 1 million barrels per day, also a record. Here we have really ramped up exports in recent years since the Obama administration ended a 40-year ban back in 2015. That export number is huge. It is the all-time record, but that's no surprise because the big discount for U.S. crude, a.k.a. the West Texas Intermediate, U.S. West Texas is much cheaper versus the international benchmark Brent crude. Now, coming into Wednesday's trade, the discount on U.S. crude was more than $8 per barrel compared to the Brent crude. So on the international market, you're looking at pricing. Well, sure, you'd rather place an order for 1 million barrels of U.S. crude at $8 a barrel less than the Brent crude. So that makes perfect sense. But then you kind of question as well, why are we exporting so much crude when we're having issues here at home? Now, refinery crude runs fell by 114,000 barrels per day last week dropping refinery utilization rates by about 0.6%. Utilization rates, how much capacity are we running? It's about 88.9% right now. Now, that figure's still pretty strong, but as refining facilities run at higher than usual levels to meet the expected increase in the heating oil demand, and as overall U.S. capacity has dropped in the last 2 years, East Coast refiners are running at 102.5% of their stated capacity due to the low inventories in the region ahead of the winter months. Now, how do you run more than 100% of capacity? I don't understand that, but there are the numbers. The East Coast refiners are moving heaven and earth right now trying to produce or refine our fuels, especially diesel. According to a partner at Again Capital, based there in New York, Valero, the second largest crude refiner in the country, said they're planning on operating their 7 Gulf Coast refineries at about 95% of capacity through the fourth quarter due to the tight supplies we have around the country. Our number, 844-844-3388. It's news break time.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Ukrainian troops at the front line said on Wednesday they were expecting a bitter fight for the southern Kherson region, which Russia now appeared to be reinforcing after days in which it seemed possible that Moscow might withdraw. 3 men accused of aiding a 2020 plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer were found guilty on Wednesday of taking part in a conspiracy that prosecutors ascribed to hostility over restrictions she imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic. A jury found Joseph Morrison, 28, his father-in-law Pete Musico, 44, and Paul Beller, 23, guilty of gang membership, firearms violations, and providing material support for terrorism. And an Iowa woman claims her father was one of the country's most prolific serial killers. Lucy Studi told authorities that the late Donald Dean Studi killed as many as 70 women over several decades, mostly prostitutes and runaways, and buried them on his rural property. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1920 to 1938 Buffalo nickel, a true American classic and one of the most iconic coins in history. It's been more than 80 years since the last Buffalo nickel coin was struck. But now, for a limited time only, full 1-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Buffalo nickels are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1920 to 1938 classic American Buffalo nickel coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-895-7267 now to secure a full pound of collector's-grade U.S. Buffalo nickels struck during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $10, free with every order. Call now, 1-800-895-7267 to secure your full pound bag of Buffalo nickels before they're gone. 1-800-895-7267. That's 1-800-895-7267.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, the question would be, who wants to be a millionaire? I do, but I ain't. I got my Powerball ticket here. Yeah, 700 million was the draw here about 90 minutes ago in the multi-state lottery. Winning numbers picked Wednesday night: 19, 36, 37, 46, 56. Then your Powerball was 24. Yeah, I put $20 on it. And on one line, I did get the Powerball and one matching number. Ironically, the payout is the same. If you match the Powerball, just the Powerball, it's $4. One number plus the Powerball, it's still $4. So $4 return on a $20 play. We do not yet know if there was a winning ticket sold. According to the Powerball website, results are still pending. But yeah, typically 1, 2 a.m. Eastern time, the lottery machines have been able to scour through and determine whether there was a winning ticket sold. So we'll kind of keep an eye on things overnight. Maybe you could be a $700 million millionaire. And I'm thinking if there is no winning ticket, if there was no winning ticket sold for the Wednesday night, I guess Saturday would probably be, what do you think? Yeah, 850, 900 million. I mean, when it gets big like this, the numbers really start to jump exponentially because everybody goes lottery crazy. Everybody jumps on board when you get, half a $500 million, it's like, hey, I think I'll play this week. Otherwise, isn't it crazy how people don't want to spend $2 to buy a chance to win $20 million? Oh, it's only $20 million. But when it gets up to $700 million, it's like, can't you get by with $20 million? That's right. But I'm the same. I don't typically play unless the numbers really get up there and you get the lotto fever thing going in. Hello to Deborah checking in via Facebook. Morning, Steve. It's a chilly morning here in Indiana. Temps at 38 degrees. Going to head up to about 59 for our Thursday afternoon. Stay safe out there. All of our drivers, especially my special driver. Have a thankful Thursday. And remember, it's almost Friday. You are correct. Thank you very much. All right, good to have you on board. Woodpecker, be safe out there. Somebody cares, if you know what I mean. Hello to Marianne. Just checked in on Facebook. Just said good morning, Steve. Shorty, any more news on your show going to the big times? Yeah, it's a work in progress, but yeah, progress is being made. I'll just leave it at that. I cannot give you any dates or specific call letters and things of that nature right now, but yeah, progress will be forthcoming. So yeah, just hang in there. Everything takes time, but thanks to everyone for being a part of the program, because if we didn't have you, the listeners, nope, I would not be here. Real quick, back to the big surge in exports and the inventory numbers. We mentioned that Valero said they're going to run all their refineries on the Gulf Coast at about 95% of capacity. Demand, they say, was marginally lower this past week overall, but gasoline, jet fuel, and distillate demand all actually rose. Over the past 4 weeks, U.S. refiners are supplying 20.4 million barrels per day in supply. Now, that's down about 2% from this time a year ago, oddly enough. Gasoline stocks fell by 1.5 million barrels, ending the week at 207.9 million barrels. Distillate stockpiles, your diesel and home heating oil, rose by 170,000 barrels. 170,000 barrels sounds like a lot, but in the big scheme of things, it's really a drop in the bucket. Yeah, more discussions about the Northeast, and will we actually see a true diesel shortage here in the coming weeks? Chatterjee says it would be a huge problem. Chatterjee is the former chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Spoke to Newsmax this past day. He says if the reports of a looming diesel shortage are true, then, quote, it would be a huge problem. Think about what vehicles utilize diesel. It's trucks. Yeah, think about the importance of our trucking fleet, not just to the American economy, but to our everyday lives. Everything gets transported by truck or by rail. If we have a genuine diesel crisis, it's going to lead to further increases in the cost of goods like groceries. Now, all this discussion is based on a Bloomberg report last week that we had fallen to just a 25-day supply of diesel, lowest since 2008. Again, at a point where we were in an economic crisis, as you recall. Yeah, the 4-week rolling average of distillates supplied, that's a key measure of demand, hit its highest seasonal level since 2007. Now, all this just literally weeks before the midterms. This has the potential to wallop already hurting consumers who put inflation in the economy at the top of their list of voting issues. Plus, this is a particularly bad time of year to run out of diesel. As we approach the holidays, all these Christmas presents that need to get delivered to beat Santa to the tree, it's going to be a problem if there's a diesel shortage. Now, Republicans on the House Energy and Commerce Committee found President Biden has drained the Strategic Petroleum Reserve by nearly 40% in 20 months' time. My friends, that's more than all other U.S. presidents in history combined. Now, of course, keep in mind, we didn't even begin to have a Strategic Petroleum Reserve till somewhere, I believe, in the early 80s. Now, Chatterjee said people need to understand the purpose of this Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It is a national security reserve. To drain it for political gain, to attempt to shave maybe a penny or two off the price at the pump ahead of the midterm elections, and let's be honest, that's what this is all about. This is reckless. It's playing games, and it's not being honest with the American people. The real question, he said, is why isn't the U.S. focused on domestic energy exploration and production? I'll tell you why we're not. It's because the environmental base is pushing the Biden administration away from resource extraction here at home. It's that simple. Here's the irony, though. We do it cleaner. We do it better than anyone else in the world. If the Biden administration actually focused on developing energy here at home and not relying on foreign sources from our adversaries, not only would it be better for our security, for our economy, but it would also be better for the environment. I think we all know that, but there's this agenda. There's this agenda to eliminate, end the usage of what they call fossil fuels, right? We all know that, but all right, Monty Python checks in here. Good morning, Your Honor. Good to have you with us, Monty. I appreciate that. Scott says Donald Trump's going to be in the Dayton area November the 7th. 8 o'clock is the schedule for a big rally. All right, I had not seen that yet. I'll pull up more information on that. November the 7th. Okay. Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. We've got 50 degrees, kind of an overcast for now, on top of Fancy Gap, Virginia. Everybody keep its shiny side up. All right, before we get to the calls, at 844-844-3388. Yes, plenty of room for you. It's been kind of a quiet week on the phones. I mean, not just on Mondays. Every day's been kind of like a Monday. Where's everybody at? Still haven't heard from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. And all those, when I first got things fired back up, heard from so many of our old friends. Table Scraps was chiming in. We, Army, a bunch of guys who haven't dialed. Whatever happened to the Cool Breeze there in Florida? I know he's still around. He was posting there as Ian was coming into Florida because he was in the Tampa area. He was all hunkered down, and of course, came through unscathed after that. But yeah, love to hear from some of you at 844-844-3388. What about the railroads? Here's the latest. A second railroad union rejecting the deal this past day, reflecting workers' increased frustration with the lack of paid sick time in the industry, but adding to concerns about the possibility of a strike next month that could cripple the economy. The Brotherhood of Railroad Signalmen said nearly 61% of the workers who voted opposed the 5-year contract, even though it included 24% raises and $5,000 bonus. Now, this now becomes the second union to reject the deal this month. The union president said the lack of good faith bargaining by the railroads and the recommendations of the board of arbitrators that Joe Biden appointed over the summer denied workers the basic right of paid time off for illness. That was the sticking point throughout these negotiations. Now, the unions say the railroads, including a couple that reported more than $1 billion profit in the third quarter, could easily afford to offer paid sick time. We're talking CSX, Union Pacific, Norfolk Southern, BNSF, and Kansas City Southern Railroads. The railroads maintain the unions have agreed during decades of negotiations to forego paid sick leave in favor of higher wages and more generous short-term disability benefits that kick in after 4 days of absence and continue for up to a year. They have rejected all demands for paid sick time, although they did offer the unions that represent engineers and conductors 3 days of unpaid leave to tend to medical appointments as long as workers give 30 days notice. Now, last I checked, if I'm going to get ill, typically I don't know 30 days in advance that I'm going to have some sort of an issue. Basically all you could do is say, okay, I've got a physical scheduled for November the 30th. And here's your 30-day. But what about other illness? Now, there are 6 smaller unions that have approved their deals, but earlier this month, it was the large Brotherhood of Maintenance and Way Employees Division Union that represents the track maintenance workers. And that's the other union that rejected their proposed contract because workers were concerned about the lack of paid sick time. Still, the 2 biggest unions that represent the conductors and engineers who are most affected by the railroads demanding schedules, they're not going to release their votes until mid-November. Now, all 12 unions, together representing 115,000 rail workers nationwide, all 12 unions have to approve a contract to prevent a strike. So it matters not that 6 or 8 or even 10 maybe ratify the deal. We've got 2, so we know there won't be any more than 10. The other 2 could lead to 4 of the 12 unions rejecting the offer. And I recall after the first rejection here several weeks ago, at the time, the experts were saying that's not really good because this probably means the conductors and engineers will fall in line as well, not approving the deal. Interesting how they hold that off till after the midterm elections, you see. Now, if both sides can't agree on new contracts, Congress may try to step in to block a strike and actually impose terms on workers. I don't know how that would work. But there's your latest on the unions. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let's get to our calls here on a Thursday morning. Again, 844-844-3388. 57, what's going on? Out of the box tonight, eh?
Out of the box. Well, where else would I be? I'm going to modify what I called in about. Interesting enough, the last time you made mention about the unions, railroad union, or track railroaders not accepting the deal, I went ahead and put on Facebook for people to, don't operate in fear, that start setting back. As long as I got electric, I got water. And I've forever been buying extra cans of this, extra cans of that. And, you know, I've got crates in my kitchen stacked with foods. And so, yeah, guess what? You sort of wonder if you're a Christian, how long that'll last, because are you going to turn people away and lose your eternal soul? I don't know, you know. Supposed to give to whoever asks. But honestly, I told my niece about the situation, and you know, she has no clue. She goes, "Well, I thought it was you truckers that brought our food." And I said, "Honey, it's the trucks nowadays. A lot of them are loaded up on a railroad car and shipped across country, and then we get them maybe in Chicago and different points on the East Coast." And that's how we get it to the stores and to the warehouses. So I said, yes, I'm sorry I'm walking through the mill for the noise. But I explained it. It's all like a choir, and it's all in harmony. And you take out the one, and we're not really sure on how this is going to happen. And I said, don't operate in fear. Just set back what you can. And she says, well, she's in North Carolina. She said they're already in a situation where she's in a textile plant. They've got them cut down to like really half a week, and she's the only one working. So I said, you just do what you can. It's better than not being prepared for anything. Mm-hmm. And I said, and the good Lord to make it, be amazed on, you know, how miracles do still happen. It might be, everything will be all right after you get to your last can of food, you know. But, yeah, it's amazing how we're all spread out on this stuff. And we're not even sure about, well, think about it. Your medications, they probably come by rail because they come from China. It just, you know, we're wide open and get away from that meal and that noise. But, yeah, I feel like I'm prepared. I got, you know, well water that's fantastic. I only drink it out of that comes through the hot water tank. You know, get the hot water tank sort of purifies it. But yeah, I live 15 miles south of an old shut down from the 40s nuclear plant. So I told my nephew when he come by, I said, you don't have to worry about any bugs running around in my water because I'm downstream from the nuke plant.
So you glow in the
yeah,
dark.
That didn't go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, by the way, whenever they do have hunting season up there at SRS, and if you go in there, you hunt turkey, you hunt deer, guess what? You're going to definitely, they'll do a Geiger counter on your animal before you take them off the property.
Really? Wow.
They when we was working logging in there, they said, don't go take a leak. They would have a porta toilet right there by your logging site. And the reason for that is they, in the 40s and the 50s, when they were handling that stuff, the scientists would tell the guys, well, go bury it. Well, they went out and buried it, but nobody knows where half the stuff is. So it was handled irresponsibly. So, I mean, you'll see them wearing a full suit riding the Craftsman mower cutting the grass out there. It's cautious with that stuff. Now, the other thing, I'll leave out the Navy part, but there's a part that still goes through my head. By whose authority, yesterday the story turned 2 tankers. Now, I don't know if that's oil tankers, gas tankers, or propane tankers. They turned it back to the United States saying, we need that. Well, first off, by whose authority can you do that after you get the ship outside our territorial limits and you're in open waters, number one? almost all the ships you see, especially coming down here to Charleston, all the ships you see are foreign registries. They're not even so there's no American authority, quote, supposedly over them. You got to wonder, does the president or even the Congress, the government, have the authority to turn ships like that? Plus, you got to wonder, the stuff was already bought by somebody.
I do know it's what you're speaking of is 1 million barrels of, I believe, refined diesel, the diesel fuel that's headed back to the port in New York. It was destined for Europe, but hold that thought. We got to get our news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A judge on Wednesday ordered former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to testify before a special grand jury that's investigating whether President Donald Trump and his allies illegally tried to sway Georgia's results in the 2020 election. Here are some thoughts from Loyola Law professor Lori Levinson.
Meadows has tried to resist every way he could, testifying before the January 6th committee or any grand jury. But now a Georgia judge has certified that he's needed for the grand jury, and a South Carolina judge has agreed. It is possible that Meadows will appeal. He's been trying to raise every privilege he can, especially claiming executive privilege.
Meadows, a former GOP congressman, is a key figure in the investigation. He traveled to Georgia, sat in on Trump's phone calls with state officials, and coordinated and communicated with outside influencers who were either encouraging or discouraging the pressure campaign. Tuesday night, Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman often spoke haltingly throughout a highly anticipated debate against Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz as they vie for a Senate seat left vacant by retiring Pat Toomey. Experts are saying that Oz produced a gift to the Democrats and supporters of Roe v. Wade when he said this during the debate.
There should not be involvement from the federal government in how states decide their abortion decisions. I want women, doctors, local political leaders.
They're trying to speed up debris removal right now in Florida.
There's a plan in Florida to speed up recovery efforts after Hurricane Ian. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis announced an agreement between the state and FEMA.
These waivers will allow debris removal in private communities and may include removal of damaged slabs on private property.
The governor adding without this type of agreement, debris removal could take almost 2 years. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Off the streets. In the Seattle area, drugs, weapons, and more than a dozen of the alleged criminals who handle them are off the streets. At a news conference on Wednesday afternoon, where authorities announced the seizure of 110 guns and large amounts of fentanyl, methamphetamine, and heroin as the result of a multi-agency federal law enforcement effort, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Washington State, Nick Brown, said alleged drug traffickers with ties to Mexican cartels were brought into custody.
Officers and agents in this district executed court-approved search warrants at 14 different locations, both here in Washington State and in California. Multiple arrests were made involving 3 interconnected drug organizations.
An anonymous woman has come forward accusing Republican Herschel Walker of paying for her to get an abortion back in 1993. She's the second woman to do so. She says she was outraged by seeing Walker deny the first woman's claims, saying she received similar condolence notes. At a press conference Wednesday afternoon, Walker's latest accuser called him a hypocrite.
After discussing the pregnancy with Herschel several times, he encouraged me to have an abortion and gave me the money to do so.
White House spokesman John Kirby answered a number of questions during an on-cam briefing on Wednesday about the potential for Russia to use a dirty bomb.
It would be yet another example of Russia's brutality on the Ukrainian people, and they would have to be properly held accountable for it.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Round number 2, we'll say. Hour number 2 as we make our way into a Thursday here. Yeah, so like weekend on the horizon. Start making plans. Yeah, update on Hot Shot Secret. I mean, we got a special going right now. Kind of a trick or treat special. Actually, it's a pick your treat special. Runs through Halloween, now through Halloween. If you make an order, $55 or more, you can pick your treat They'll toss in absolutely free either a 4-ounce everyday diesel treatment and a 4-ounce LX4, or you can select the 8-ounce everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense, the brand new product. You're not real familiar with that yet because that just came out there at the end of September, less than a month ago. Kind of combining the very popular everyday diesel treatment with the anti-gel properties that you would, in the past, have purchased the Hot Shot Secret Winter Anti-Gel, all combined into one. That and actually more. It's a fully formulated 7-in-1 diesel treatment to prevent diesel fuel from gelling and icing. Also contains a powerful cetane booster and the LX4 lubricity additive, all mixed in. And you've got the Keep Clean detergent package and the de-icer chemicals, reducing your fuel line freeze up down to 40 below. And at the same time, increases fuel economy and boosts your power and increases your cetane. That's the brand new everyday diesel treatment, EDT Plus Winter Defense. Which, by the way, you can stock up on that. Order online at hotshotsecret.com. I do know it's showing up in some of the Pilot Flying J locations around the country, and other retailers eventually will have it on board. And, of course, anytime you purchase online, don't forget to use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. That gets you another 10% off, in addition to the 10% you always get for military, first responders, or CDL holders. So you get 20% off your order, plus pick your treat, all at hotshotsecret.com. All right, get back to 5-7 here. He was questioning about what's the deal with the ships that are returning to the port there in New York. I think I shared this last night or the night before as we were talking about the folks in New England that are already really feeling the pinch because they burn more diesel in the form of home heating oil than anywhere else in the country. And their stockpiles are at a third of what they would normally be this time of year. The report said there could be a bit of relief on the way. 2 ships carrying approximately 1 million barrels of diesel will soon arrive in New York after being diverted from their original destinations in Europe. Now, that's all the information the story gave. I have no idea. Who makes the determination? How can you turn a ship around? Because, they were headed somewhere in Europe where they're having their own energy crisis. But all I know is that's what the story said.
And we're supposed to be backing them up, right? Because of the Russia deal, and we wanted them, like Germany, to back up. Now, we're talking about Biden wanting Germany to back up the U.S. and Ukraine and all this stuff. So you got to wonder who had if they were outside our territorial waters, who had the authority to turn them? And really, do you think they really care, or did they bring it back for the election to try to keep the fuel prices from spiking, especially up there where they get their good votes?
Yeah.
It's really their territory up there. But meanwhile, we're stabbing our allies in Europe in the back that I guess we promised them we'd be helping them. And now we're expecting them to back our troops that are stationed all over there. So there's all kinds of questions in that story, and I'm just banging my head over it, I'm selfish. I got a granddaughter in Germany, but we heard the story last night. They flew a rapid response Air Force group, fighter group or bomber group over there in the area. So we've got troops with NATO all up and down the line there, Ukraine. And by the way, one story somebody made, Putin may be a nut, but when Biden was running around saying that we're facing Armageddon, you know what? Maybe if he's a nut, then he might be thinking, what? Biden's crazier than I am. So there's just a bunch of questions, buddy. But other than that, I guess we just sit back and copy the mail. I mean, oh, don't worry about what's going over there. What's going over there? It don't affect us over here. Well,
yeah. Yes, things that happen elsewhere. It's believe it or not, the world is a whole lot closer together than we once were. So, yeah. All right, copy the mail there. It's 844-844-3388. Let me share with you the latest from the Oil Price Information Service this past day in regards to the diesel fuel. I mean, they make it sound like it's not confined to just the Northeast. It's kind of expanding and the ripple effect around the country. The quote was, "Conditions are rapidly devolving," going the wrong direction. A shortage of diesel fuel is spreading across the United States, with one company launching an emergency delivery protocol requesting a 72-hour advance notice from clients to be able to make delivery. Now, per the Bloomberg report, fuel supplier Mansfield Energy wrote in a note to its client that conditions are rapidly devolving, and at times carriers are having to visit multiple terminals to find supply, which delays deliveries and strains local trucking capacity. Now, our diesel fuel stocks have been on a stable decline for months, where we have now reached the lowest level since 2008. That was the whole 25 days of supply in reserve. The Bloomberg report noted that the Colonial Pipeline has been fully booked to carry diesel fuel and other distillates to the East Coast, which should ease the pressure there, but it's going to take a while. The first deliveries via the Colonial Pipeline coming up in early November. So that's, say, maybe next week, the first begins to move in. Of course, earlier this week, Goldman Sachs warned that the diesel shortage, which is not confined to the U.S., but is spreading in Europe as well, will cause higher fuel prices this winter. In the U.S., the bank said underinvestment in refining capacity and refinery closures and operation disruptions have all contributed to the scarcity of refined oil products this year, but especially diesel. Refining constraints can create a sharp wedge between where crude and product markets clear, making policy management of crude supply less effective at controlling consumer prices. Meanwhile, the scarcity of diesel has prompted traders to start diverting cargoes. There you go, with the fuel that was originally bound for Europe. Reuters reported earlier this month, tanker tracking data showed, again, at least 2 tankers with some 90,000 tons of diesel and jet fuel that were initially bound for Europe have now diverted back to the U.S. East Coast. Okay, again, that's the very latest from the Oil Price Information Service this past day. And I guess someone earlier this week was kind of questioning, why are diesel prices going up and gasoline prices, going up ever so slightly, but you're seeing in many cases a disparity of nearly $2 per gallon more for diesel versus regular gasoline. It may be $4 for gas and $6 for diesel fuel. And we're seeing those $6 numbers right now in the Northeast. It's kind of unheard of. Let's see. Horse Feathers just sent me a memo. Hey, Steve, when I was putting fuel in the truck yesterday morning, they have a little dispenser there that does kerosene. Hose is about 2 feet long, so you can't really do anything with it other than maybe fill a jug. But the price on the dispenser was $7.99 per gallon. That's the kerosene for people to use in their little kerosene heaters and whatnot. $8 a gallon. Good golly. Curtis, I believe, next up here. Good morning, Curtis.
Hi, B, sir. You know, it sounds crazy how the truck community has over 3 million drivers, and they only have the Teamsters. And the train community has 12 unions, and they're only 115,000 people. What is wrong with that picture?
Yeah, all the unions that represented truckers kind of disappeared over the years.
I mean, and truckers, you know, not saying the train people don't know what they're doing, but you're on the train, you're on the track. If anything happens, it's because people didn't listen to you coming down the train and they didn't stop. Truckers got a lot more to deal with than trains.
Well, most of the incidents involving trains are cars or trucks being on the tracks when the train's trying to come through. Yeah, because either they didn't pay attention to the flashing lights, and yeah, to this day, you see people. I mean, the crossing gates will be down, and people will be looking both ways. And try to go around and cut in between the gates. I don't have time to wait for this train. Yeah, impatience might just get you killed, right? Curtis, have a good morning. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All righty, there you go. Yeah, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I think I briefly touched last evening on this brush up with Saudi Arabia. After Saudi Arabia and the OPEC Plus made that announcement that they're going to cut 2 million barrels per day starting November 1. The president was not at all happy with that. Because we got midterm elections coming up. We don't want to see higher prices at the pump. That's not good. Then he actually went on to say that there will be ramifications. Recall, there's going to be a price to pay. And immediately some said, hey, wait a minute. That's called quid pro quo. You can't do that. You can't retaliate against them because they didn't do what you told them or wanted them to do. And then come to find out the president apparently had requested that they not announce that 2 million barrel per day cut until a month later. They wanted it to be just like a day or two before the midterms rather than a month before the midterms. Like, all that comes together. And so Saudi Arabia is actually the one that released the information about this administration requesting they not announce that cut for another month. So it's like they're in Biden and they're in the administration's face. Now this week, after the president announced that we're going to authorize the release of another 15 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, Saudi Arabia's energy minister criticizing such moves, warning that, quote, losing energy stock may become painful in the months to come. What's that supposed to mean? Is that kind of a threat? Yeah, during an investor conference on Tuesday, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman spoke generally about the dangers that countries face by depleting their emergency oil stocks. Now, he did not specifically name Joe Biden. His criticism, though, comes amid the oil-related tensions between us and Saudi Arabia. The prince said people are depleting their energy stocks, had depleted it, used it as a mechanism to manipulate markets, while its profound purpose was to mitigate shortage of supply. However, it is my profound duty to make it clear to the world that losing emergency stock may become painful in the months to come. Almost sounds like a threat. Like we may cut off more. You deplete your reserves now, you're going to rue the day kind of thing. Now, this latest pull from the reserves will complete, they say, the historic 180 million barrel drawdown that the president announced earlier this year. This president has overseen the biggest drop in the SPR since the reserve began, okay, there it is, 1977. The supply is now at its lowest point in nearly 40 years. Now, the prince's comments after OPEC Plus announced that 2 million barrel per day cut, and that the Biden administration requested a 1-month delay to that cut, according to Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry. That delay could have helped keep gas prices down, potentially helping Democrat candidates in the midterms. Now, they've made that abundantly clear. The Saudis insist the cut was purely economic, intended to balance supply and demand and manage price volatility. It was not dictated by a single country. This was adopted through a consensus with all the OPEC member nations. All right. I guess after the President Biden accused Saudi Arabia of aligning with Russia, because Russia is a part, that's what the plus on OPEC Plus is. For all those many, many years, it was OPEC, and then Russia became a part. That's OPEC Plus. And that kind of PO'd the prince over there. He pushed back against those accusations. He says, quote, I keep listening. Are you with us or against us? Is there any room for... we are for Saudi Arabia and for the people of Saudi Arabia. I think we, as Saudi Arabia, decided to be the mature guys and let the dice fall. Talking about the wavering relationship between Saudi Arabia and the U.S. So I guess his let the dice fall is what we would refer to as, let the chips fall as they may. So said the Saudi prince. Let's see. Horsefeather said, hey, local convenience store, gas here right now, $3.65 a gallon, diesel $5.49 a gallon. That's what I was mentioning. Nearly a $2 separation or disparity between the prices. So I guess Horsefeather, you're off tonight? And how's that? I thought we had propane that need to be moved. He said, that's it for me. I'm calling it a night, going to bed. All right, so I guess we won't hear from Horse Feathers tonight. That'd be one less caller. Just what I needed. Let me see here. Lightning Bolt is on the line. Hello, Bolt. How we doing tonight?
Hey, Steve. I'm doing pretty good. I didn't check in earlier, but it was 53 degrees at the state police barracks last time I checked over in Romney, West Virginia when I left.
Very good. Now, you get off at the midnight hour, or what time?
I get off around midnight, sometimes a little bit earlier. Depends on when next shift gets there.
Very good. All right. So.
Yep. I just want to say that the Hampshire County Sheriff's Office wishes that we ask for prayers for everyone involved in a shooting today at a school bus stop over where I live.
Really?
Yep. Let's see if I can find an article on it and send it to you, but it's a not so happy story.
Was it like a school bus stop for like high school kids? Anybody killed, or what was the?
It was one was killed. It was the adult was killed, I believe. See, I'll email you the post.
Yeah, I'll do a quick search. But did you say Romney, West Virginia? Is that it?
Yeah, it was more in the Augusta area, but that's a much minor town.
Okay, well, I'll see if I can't pull up the story here. Thank you, Bolt. I got to get my news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. TikTok won dismissal of a lawsuit accusing it of causing the death of a 10-year-old girl by promoting a deadly blackout challenge that encouraged people to choke themselves on its video-based social media platform. U.S. District Judge Paul Diamond in Philadelphia ruled that the company was immune from the lawsuit under a part of the Federal Communications Decency Act that shields publishers of others' work. Tesla is under criminal investigation in the U.S. over claims that electric vehicles can drive themselves. Well, the U.S. Department of Justice launched the previously undisclosed probe last year following more than a dozen crashes, some of them fatal, involving Tesla's driver assistance system, Autopilot, which was activated during those accidents. And Skechers USA said on Wednesday its executives escorted Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, out of a Los Angeles corporate office after the rapper and fashion designer showed up unannounced and uninvited. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I found a blurb that Bolt was talking about there in West Virginia this past morning. Not a whole lot of details, but I guess it almost sounds like maybe a couple of parents got into an argument, but it happened at a bus stop while kids were there. Man was killed Wednesday morning, a shooting reportedly at a Hampshire County bus stop about 6:40 a.m. Sheriff's office reported this past afternoon the victim, identified only as a male adult, died of his injuries. We have the adult male shooter identified. He is with deputies. We will be conducting interviews and reviewing evidence. But again, the Hampshire Review reported that the shooting happened at a bus stop while kids were there waiting on the bus. Sheriff's office said there was no threat to the public, and additional information could not at this point in time be released. So maybe some sort of a little domestic dispute there or something along that line at the bus stop. Wow. What a way for kids to start the day. How's that work out? Do the kids go ahead and get on the bus, or do they go home? Or I don't know how parents would react to that. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, you're reading the reports on the diesel supply and whatnot, that 25-day. I think you touched on it being rolling. It's probably worth noting. I think some have in their mind that we are going to run out in 25 days. But that's a number that I'm sure if every refinery were to shut down right now, that's where that number comes from. So, but yeah, it's perhaps uneasy to watch that number dwindle. We don't want that by any means. So either way, there is that. The name Darrell Brooks, many are probably familiar with that name. His name's been in the national news pretty regular for the last year. For those that don't remember, he's the star that run down all those parade participants up at Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, he was sentenced to what? What'd they give him?
He got life. he got life. Yeah, they don't have the death penalty up here in Wisconsin. So, but we didn't follow it, day by day or even week by week. It was just what evening reports would catch on the local news, and he initially went with the insanity, defense, and then about that time, the way I understand it, he decided he could defend himself better than the court-appointed attorney or such. So that defense was dropped, and he took up his own defense. Well, I've seen clips. He was standing there in the courtroom with he'd peeled off his shirt at one point in time recently. A couple 3 days back, the judge, she called for a recess. She said she was so uneasy. He sat there, literally gazing, staring at her, trying to, get under her skin or somewhat of a stare down.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, she became so uneasy with what he was up to that she had to call it quits for a little bit there. But either way, yeah, they said no, he don't need to be on our streets. The wife was asking, well, gosh, how could it take him 3 hours to come up with a guilty, verdict? And I don't know. Maybe there's a certain process that they have to go through when they're in the deliberation room and such that it takes a certain amount of time and such. I have to believe they were, all the jurors, would have pretty much had their mind determined, where they were going with it. And maybe Pappy has a better idea what all's involved there. Maybe hear from him on it. But either way, so the curiosity, comes around to, he hasn't met his maker yet, but perhaps he'll meet it in the same form that Jeffrey Dahmer did. It just one person that certainly is never going to be rehabilitated. That's for certain.
Right.
Steve, somebody had mentioned, I think last night, about, the bare shelves they saw at Walmart and whatnot. We have not heard this fall yet, as we have the last, year, the last 2 years, about, the weak transportation of, materials, goods to the stores with a holiday, with Christmas coming. Christmas shopping is, right around the corner now. And, last year at this time, of course, all the talk was, all the freighters sitting off the coast and whatnot. I assume it's probably still the same scenario there, but we're not hearing any of that right now. It's a curiosity if that'll, come into play after the election. Now that's kind of filling all free airtime and whatnot, it seems. But no, it's certainly a story that would be a lead story any other time, I'd have to believe. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens on that one.
I had a report. I have a report, which I'll get to here in a bit, from, I believe it was Freight Waves this past day, kind of talking about the trucking industry. And typically you see a big, like a Christmas rush, a Christmas peak, a busy time of year, which right now, the trucking industry would typically be in. You're not going to see one, they're saying, because I guess all the warehouses are full or whatever. Everything got ordered earlier than usual this year, I guess due to the concerns about the supply chain constraints they've seen the last 2 years. So, yeah, I'll get to that coming up here. But, yeah, they're saying trucking is slowing down. It's not going off a cliff, but it's definitely slowing down right now.
Well, all right. Don't be waiting on that story then. Yeah, it's well, maybe public demand. Everybody knows things are tightening up and whatnot. Or maybe self-preservation are going to cut back on purchasing and whatnot, for the coming season. But,
yeah.
So either way, just kind of, that's what I had to chime in on at the moment here. We'll maybe pick it up later in the end of the program. If not, I'll try again tomorrow night. Appreciate you taking me on.
Absolutely. Hey, good to hear from you. Well, I guess why not? That's a good point to jump in. It was kind of a lengthy breakdown, but if the trucking market were the ocean, red flags would be fluttering along the beach to warn of all the cross currents and riptides that make it treacherous to predict freight's near-term future and its impact on the broader economy. The freight industry is slowing in general. It's not so much fallen off a cliff as returning to earth from the soaring heights of a hot cargo market that peaked in the fourth quarter last year. Having a crystal ball is most important now because how cargo demand holds up over the next couple of months will determine the leverage shippers will have to push for lower rates as they negotiate contracts for 2023. Consumer spending is cooling, and there are pockets of weakness like housing that are weighing down cargo volume. United Parcel Service average daily package volume in the U.S. fell 1.5% in the third quarter from a year ago, and it's likely to decline even more in the fourth quarter. The word is there will be no peak holiday season for truck companies this year because warehouses are already stuffed with inventory, and those goods aren't moving off the shelves rapidly. Rates in the spot market are plummeting, down 40% from a year ago, according to Cowen and Company. This is where the cross currents come into play. Freight in the contract market, where rates are locked in through shipper agreements that typically last for a year, is still rising. Cargo tonnage in this market rose 5.5% in September from a year ago, reaching the highest level since August of 2019. According to the ATA, contract rates have risen 15% from a year earlier. Cargo strength is being bolstered by infrastructure projects, increased domestic oil drilling, industries with large backlogs like aerospace, and the rebounding auto shipments. Now you've got the cleanup and the reconstruction from Ian in Florida, which has also created trucking demand, and the drought, which has left barges stuck on the Mississippi River, also pushing some bulk demand onto trucks. Signals from the big trucking companies that have reported earnings so far have also been mixed. J.B. Hunt and Landstar Systems topped expectations, and more important, analysts adjusted up their fourth quarter earnings estimate for J.B., while leaving Landstar little changed. Meanwhile, Knight-Swift Transportation Holdings reported earnings below expectations and lowered their full-year guidance. Analysts accordingly adjusted down their fourth quarter earnings per share estimates by 15 cents. Still, large carriers are better positioned to weather a market downturn than their smaller peers that operate 10 or fewer trucks, which account for about 97% of companies in the $875 billion trucking market. The big operators have more cushion to deal with rising costs for drivers, trucks, maintenance, financing, insurance that are dragging on the profit as the spot prices drop. The shakeout, as usual, will hit the smaller companies first because they depend more on the volatile spot market. The fallout could be massive because many of the new carriers that jumped into the hot freight market are now feeling the squeeze. Since the beginning of 2021, an unprecedented 265,000 new companies obtained their operating authority in this country. That is mind-boggling. 2021, 265,000 new companies. Most of those, I'm assuming, would be the owner-operators, 1, 2, 3 trucks kind of thing, the small operators. Many of them, though, paid exorbitant prices for used trucks. which almost doubled in price to about $100,000 earlier this year. And they were still up 64% in August from the same time in 2019. We have never seen capacity come out as early as we've seen it come out of this cycle, according to the Chief Executive Officer of Knight Swift conference call. The semiconductor shortage and the supply chain snags that kept the truck makers from producing as many new trucks as the market wanted helped keep a lid on new capacity. The ease of adding trucks during times of strong cargo demand is one reason the trucking industry has all these regular boom and bust cycles. Yeah, the same dearth of new truck capacity that drove up freight prices last year should help cushion the blow now that demand is waning. J.B. Hunt still can't purchase all the new trucks they want, and they're being forced to keep older trucks on the road. But that is driving up maintenance cost. The company had planned to spend $1.5 billion this year, mostly on equipment. Yeah, they'll fall short of that by about $500 million. J.B. Hunt's CEO, John Roberts, says we continue to face difficulties in equipment availability for growth and replacement, along with the uncertainty of the direction of macro conditions, as he put it. The timing of the freight weakness, though, could not be worse for carriers as they begin negotiations with shippers for the new year's contracts. Trucking companies have had the upper hand on these contract talks for 2 years now. And the shippers, you can be assured, will be keen on reversing that trend. Last year's surge of freight demand in the fourth quarter spilled into the early parts of this year. Spot rates finally peaked and then started to fall in February. Now, given the uncertainty of demand, Landstar provided guidance for the fourth quarter only. They did not even attempt to forecast how 2023 will unfold. Yeah, if the trucking industry were the ocean, I found that interesting. Red flags would be fluttering along the beach. We'll get back to your calls in two. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. Should have no troubles getting through. Plenty of room for you. Cap and Ron, what's happening this morning?
Hello, Mr. Sommers. I don't know if I agree with that trucking report you just read. Down here in Florida, I run Tampa to Valdosta, Georgia every night, and they're parking on both sides of the ramps now. It's like you're driving through a tunnel to get off the freeway or to get on the freeway. I've never seen this many trucks sitting on the ramps and stuff. I used to be able to park on just about any ramp whenever I wanted to, but it's not finding a spot to park now.
I would think, obviously, with all the destruction from Ian, that's what they're saying. There's a lot of trucking in Florida because of all the damage. So all kind of supplies, you name it, wood, probably generators, everything's going in to try to rebuild down there. So that would make sense. A lot of freight going in. Is there anything coming out of Florida?
Well, the ramps are full on north or southbound. I mean, it could be trucks coming empty, I guess, back north, but it's crazy out here right now. There's, I could pull into the scales and park or whatever, but everything's full right now. It's pretty tough. But I went to the eye doctor today. I'm diabetic, and to get my retinas checked, you got to do that every year. You guys that are out here diabetic, you need to have your retinas checked every year. That's one of the things that's pretty important. Have you ever where they dilate your pupils?
Yeah. Last time
they shine that.
Yep. Last time I weighed in, I had
that. Shine that light in your eye.
Yep.
Man, that thing's bright. It reminds me of frying an ant with a magnifying glass, like when we were a kid.
Yep.
But man, that's bright. But the part that's bad is you're running around with dilated pupils, and you didn't even do any drugs.
Yeah, right. And if you step
And
outdoors,
then I'm sitting here thinking that might not be a good thing to do. Drive around with dilated pupils. If something happens, they're gonna see those dilated pupils and think you're on something. So maybe next year I won't come out here with those dilated eyeballs. I got to see the space station finally day before yesterday fly overhead. That was pretty cool. I've never seen it.
Really? Yeah, it's just like a bright.
The skies are usually
overcast. It's just like a bright star flying over. Is what it's kind of like. You can't see much, but it's cool.
It was nice and clear. It looked like a big plane. The skies were nice and clear. It's the first time I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
But that was pretty cool. Well, that's all I got. I just wanted to have that public service announcement that if you're diabetic, you really need to get your pupils checked. I mean, your retinas checked. I actually ended up with a detached retina back in 2005, and I lost my upper peripheral vision. That's because my eyeball was filling up with blood, and because we see our vision is upside down, and then our brain translates it to right side up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what was happening was my eyeball was filling up with blood, and had that leveled off, I would have gone blind in that eye.
Wow.
I'm only 20/400 in my left eye. I'm legally blind in my left eye without my glasses. I'm like 20/400 uncorrected because of that detached retina. But they pop your eyeball out and they put this scleral buckle around it and squeezes the eyeball back together, and then that grows into your eyeball over time. But it's pretty serious, to get that done.
Yep, no doubt, yeah.
But other than that, I guess that's about all I got. You're about top of the hour anyway, so I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yes, indeed. We're about a minute from our top of the hour news break here. And when we come back, Have you ever heard of the Halloween fireballs? Astronomers call them Taurid meteors. They appear every year, late October through early November, when the Earth passes through that stream of debris associated with comet 2P Encke. So you could already begin to see a fireball here and there, but yeah, we're about to see a whole bunch more of them. Forecasters believe a swarm of Taurid meteoroids is approaching the Earth. It could double the usual rate of Halloween fireballs coming our way this year. We'll explain a bit more on that coming up, but first we got to get our top of the hour. Again, news break, Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A judge on Wednesday ordered former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to testify before a special grand jury that's investigating whether President Donald Trump and his allies illegally tried to sway Georgia's results in the 2020 election. Here are some thoughts from Loyola Law professor Lori Levinson.
Meadows has tried to resist every way he could, testifying before the January 6th committee or any grand jury. But now a Georgia judge has certified that he's needed for the grand jury, and a South Carolina judge has agreed. It is possible that Meadows will appeal. He's been trying to raise every privilege he can, especially claiming executive privilege.
Meadows, a former GOP congressman, is a key figure in the investigation. He traveled to Georgia, sat in on Trump's phone calls with state officials, and coordinated and communicated with outside influencers who were either encouraging or discouraging the pressure campaign. Tuesday night, Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman often spoke haltingly throughout a highly anticipated debate against Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz as they vie for a Senate seat left vacant by retiring Pat Toomey. Experts are saying that Oz produced a gift to the Democrats and supporters of Roe v. Wade when he said this during the debate.
There should not be involvement from the federal government in how states decide their abortion decisions. I want women, doctors, local political leaders.
They're trying to speed up debris removal right now in Florida.
There's a plan in Florida to speed up recovery efforts after Hurricane Ian. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis announced an agreement between the state and FEMA.
These waivers will allow debris removal in private communities and may include removal of damaged slabs on private property.
The governor adding without this type of agreement, debris removal could take almost 2 years. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Off the streets. In the Seattle area, drugs, weapons, and more than a dozen of the alleged criminals who handle them are off the streets. At a news conference on Wednesday afternoon, where authorities announced the seizure of 110 guns and large amounts of fentanyl, methamphetamine, and heroin as the result of a multi-agency federal law enforcement effort, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Washington State, Nick Brown, said alleged drug traffickers with ties to Mexican cartels were brought into custody.
Officers and agents in this district executed court-approved search warrants at 14 different locations, both here in Washington State and in California. Multiple arrests were made involving 3 interconnected drug organizations.
An anonymous woman has come forward accusing Republican Herschel Walker of paying for her to get an abortion back in 1993. She's the second woman to do so. She says she was outraged by seeing Walker deny the first woman's claims, saying she received similar condolence notes. At a press conference Wednesday afternoon, Walker's latest accuser called him a hypocrite.
After discussing the pregnancy with Herschel several times, he encouraged me to have an abortion and gave me the money to do so.
White House spokesman John Kirby answered a number of questions during an on-cam briefing on Wednesday about the potential for Russia to use a dirty bomb.
It would be yet another example of Russia's brutality on the Ukrainian people, and they would have to be properly held accountable for it.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Okay, we jump back into it here on a Thursday morning. Another time zone on board, the Mountain Time Zone. Welcome in, 27th day of October. And did we say hello to Todd from Elizabethtown, Kentucky? 37 degrees, yeah, cool night. Down to 39 outside the bunker now. The Happy Feet Gal says, howdy from Washington State. Bless everyone. Morning, Happy Feet Gal. That's a new one. Heavy D, hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe, keep on trucking. Country Bumpkin checking in from Kansas City. Yeah, let's see, 56 degrees, 900 miles, 2 podcasts, and 2 packs of smokes till the weekend. You got it all slated out, huh? 900 miles, will be able to listen into 2 shows. That's great. Good morning from the Ice Cream Man from Memphis. Headed home to Columbus, Ohio for my daughter's birthday. Yeah, on the 28th, she'll be 6. She's 1 day after mine. Well, happy birthday to you, Ice Cream Man, because that means today's your birthday, right? If her birthday's the 28th, 1 day after yours, happy birthday. Howdy from a clear, chilly Indiana, 38 degrees in the hills off I-64. Eskimo Mom doing my regular run tonight. Be safe out there. All right, let's see. Got Dale checking in morning from Phoenix, Arizona, where it's clear, 63 degrees. Out with the students tonight, trying to make my little baby truck drivers. Everybody travel safe out there. All right. You do the same. Safe travel with the students. Heat wave morning from Hallbrook, Arizona. 59 and clear right now. Let's see. Seeing the retina doc. It's not fun, especially when they have to check for detachment and other issues. I had the fluid sucked out of my eye and a gas bubble put in. And I had to be face first. Oh boy, that was fun. Let's see. Doug checking in. Let's see. The volume on the thing is really screwed up, really loud to the commercials. Low. I'm not getting what he's trying to say there. I know they adjusted the volume. Output shouldn't change from my voice to the commercials, but let's see. Soma on board wanted to buy Joe Biden a Joe Biden mask for Halloween, but the shelves were bare at the Halloween Express store. Probably a good thing they didn't have it. He says, Creepy Joe scares the kids anyway. I hear you. And let's jump on into our $1,000 daily driver bonus. It's our final week. We've actually got this morning or today and Friday. That's it for this 6-week contest. There's still a chance for you to win, though. First keyword here this Thursday morning is coin. C-O-I-N, coin. Yes, it's your chance to win $1,000 as we team up with TNCRadio.live. Right now, head on over to the TNCRadio.live. You can use their app in this nationwide contest. Now, we'll have an additional keyword later this morning. 2 additional keywords, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time today and again on Friday via TNCRadio.live. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Again, the key word is coin. C-O-I-M. What do we have coming up later this morning, right after the overnight drive? Coming up 5 a.m. Eastern. Captain Tom Kirk in the Originals talking about the latest issues in the trucking industry, live from the counter of knowledge. It's an encore episode of Keep On Talking. 6 o'clock Eastern, Tail Lights with the Bombs. Each week they're joined by others as they discuss tales from the open road. Finally, at 7 a.m., it's the only sports show on the internet directed to truckers. It's Clutch Time Sports with Anderson and Banker. It's the best week in sports with college and professional football, the Baseball World Series, and we've got hockey and basketball, lots to talk about as we kind of count down, waiting for Game 1 of the World Series coming up Friday night. Game number 1, Houston Astros versus the Philadelphia Phillies. Who you got your money on? All right, Bobby checks in. Brigham City, Utah. Just started snowing here. I think it's a little too warm to stick, though. And then there's Hired Gun. Hadn't heard from you in a while. Hired Gun, morning from Kingston, Georgia, USA. I work for a Northwest ready-mix concrete company since I got off the road. Yeah, all of our commercial sales are still pretty strong right now. Okay. think he had a little more on that, but I guess I'll type it in the next message. Knucklebuster is on board, and he's on the line. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Horse others, get your butt back in that truck. You can't take it off there while I'm still out here working. I'm still looking for my stay-at-home order from that pandemic, Steve, but I just ain't got it yet there, right? Well, guess what? If you win that lottery, you can buy Willie Nelson's Tennessee home for just a mere $2.5 million.
Just 2.5. Okay. Well, I didn't win, and nobody else won. If you haven't checked your tickets, well, you might have won $4 like I did, but yeah, it looks like Saturday's drawing is $800 million. No winning tickets sold last night, so $800 million as it stands right now.
Yeah, well, somebody's gonna win it eventually. That dude up there in Wisconsin, man, that run over them people in that Christmas parade. That dude's crazy, man. I mean, they need to just take him out in the town square and get it over with for him right there.
Right.
Run over him with a Ford Escape bearer. That's what he deserves there. His IQ is definitely smaller than his shoe size. Him and a long neck beer bottle definitely have one thing in common. He's empty from the neck up there, right?
That's it.
Yeah. He doesn't deserve life in prison. He needs the judge made somebody leave for hollering rotten hell. I don't know. I guess he called him a piece of Sam Houston Institute of Technology there, right? And I read old Scott Peterson's looking at getting a new trial. I mean, why do we keep these people in prison? Why don't they just get rid of them? That's what they deserve. And you know O.J. killed everybody in that driveway, Steve. I bet he even killed some bugs when he was running away. Have you seen that new UPS mail truck?
I have not, no.
Yeah, it looks like a large gecko coming down the street at you. That's what I thought it was. One of them electric dudes or something. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. It was a green truck?
No, it's white, but that's what it looks like. It looks like a gecko. It ought to be green. Nothing is free, Steve. I know Yvonne Miller probably like this one here. That beginning November the 1st, all 74 years of the Hot Rod magazine will be available online, provided you sign up for an account with Motor Trend. I don't know what the account's going to cost you, but the magazine will be free once you get past the first stage there, right?
Right.
And I read that NASCAR is getting, they're going to start racing on ice, see?
Now, how's that work?
I guess it's, man, don't get me. That's what the article said. NASCAR on ice is a slippery spectacle the world needs right now. That was on the drive. I don't know how they plan on doing all that, but that's some high-dollar equipment be banging up. I guess they're going to do that. What's that demolition derby thing?
Right.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll email you the link there that I read just the headline there. And that ex-Marine Corps Harrier pilot who worked for China, I need to arrest him. He's been arrested, and I guess he'll go to jail for all his bad things there. They found a Rotax engine inside an Iranian drone. See, well, how did that get there? The company's scratching their head. Oh, well, we're not supposed to be selling them anything. How did they get one of our engines there?
Right.
Yeah, well, we all know how that happened there. They trying to slide that under the table there. Read an article, did the benefits of additive really add up. I couldn't get to all of it, but anyway, they discussed several of the Hot Shot Secrets products there. It's 49 degrees. reckon I need some anti-gel now, too?
I think you're okay at this point, Knuckle Buster. You're all right.
All right, well, we'll get some when it gets cold enough there. And I guess, I told you Monkey Gouger had a lost goat the other day, but I guess somebody said a deer ran wild inside a South Carolina restaurant. So deer ain't nothing but a glorified goat anyway. But you got a spare $10,000 laying around?
Sure. You take a check?
She probably will. Dolly Parton, she's semi-retired now. She lists her tour bus as a vacation rental. For $10,000, you can go in her and sleep in her bus for 2 nights, Steve.
Wow.
I bet some of them people be in there sniffing the toilet seat that night. Do you reckon?
Wow.
I don't know. Well, you gave the wrong lottery numbers earlier there. The winning numbers are 38, 26, 38, Steve. And when she shows them to me, then I'll be hollering bingo, right?
Bingo.
Yep. And then the last piece of baloney I got, that Nevada Mafia out there, that lake out there is giving all their secrets up. They
saw
found
that.
a 6 set of
Yep.
skeletal remains, buddy.
Sure did.
Well, horse sellers, enjoy your night off, brother. Be careful. Steve got loneliest hours. It's going to be real lonely for you tonight because I'm going to be at the house at 3:30. So y'all have a great, blessed morning, brother.
All right. Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. You do the same. I didn't realize NASCAR had a European series. Yeah, all right. Well, you learn something new every day. Yeah, he's talking about the ice race he's talking about. The official European NASCAR series will feature 6 Grand Prix weekends for a total of 24 total championship races. And they'll also hold 2 all-star non-points events. And the 2023 season officially kicks off March the 4th and 5th in Finland in the breathtaking scenery of frozen lakes, where for the first time in history, NASCAR cars will race on ice in the new NASCAR Arctic Ice Race. Another non-championship event will take place in 2023 with Croatia's Automotodrom Grobnik hosting a special all-star race on a date with a format to be announced later. The 23 season will also be a special one for NASCAR, and especially for NASCAR in Europe. As part of the sport's 75th anniversary celebration, a NASCAR Cup Series next-gen car will take part in the 24-hour of Le Mans for the first time in 47 years with the Garage 56 program. Europe is an important market for NASCAR, and the NASCAR Well in Euro Series will play a key role in NASCAR's 75th anniversary celebration. Okay. Learn something new every day. But a race on ice, that would be probably kind of cool to watch. Guess they've got to have some specially studded ice racing tires, right? Hey, we'll get to Heat Wave. Got you coming up here. I believe, is it Ryan? Eskimo Mom is on the board. And room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, there you go. So Hired Gun, I thought he had more to his message because it just cut off at one point. Talking about the Ready Mix Concrete Company, he said, over the last 6 to 8 months, I've noticed a serious slowdown in our residential sales. They've been building subdivisions like McDonald's cheeseburgers, but slowing down considerably. We usually have 4 or 5 subdivisions going up at a time. As one gets done, the same contractor starts another. We now only have 2 starting for every 4 we finish, but the previous 5 years have cut by about 50%. Rising interest rates have put a hell of a dent in new housing sales. Our company serves all of Northwest Georgia. We run an average of 5,000 to 6,000 cubic yards daily, company-wide. Now, the last 2 months, we're down to just 3,500 cubic yards. That is a nasty drop. Thanks, JB. Yeah, they're saying the housing market is, really being hammered right now. New sales dropping off, new construction dropping off. And that's obviously because, the interest rates, which are just going to be higher by the end of the year, right? Let me see. Is that who we got on board? Is Ryan? Who we got?
Oh yes, my name is Ryan. I'm a listener from Minnesota, and I was watching the pathetic performance that the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania gave with his opponent the other day, Dr. Oz, in the first and only televised debate over in Pennsylvania. And one thing that I'm concerned about is not as really policies or anything, but if he's actually physically able to serve from a health standpoint. From suffering from his stroke and everything, and
yes,
not knowing with his cognitive issues if it's going to improve or worsen. That could be possible national security issues.
Well, I know anytime you have a stroke, there's always the risk of another stroke. Now, obviously, they got him on medication. I've heard a lot of discussion this past day how pathetic it is to have seen him on stage struggling like he did during that debate. I don't know, why are they pushing him so hard to be doing this? He should be home, resting, recuperating, rehabilitating, not out trying to campaign to become a senator.
I agree. I mean, last year, a year ago, this hits home for me. Last year, about a year ago, I lost my own stepdad to strokes, and on top of that, he was COVID positive. And so this really hits home to me, and it's really concerning, as somebody who has lost a family member to strokes. I'm just really concerned that the more his campaign pushes him, the more that it could endanger his life.
Valid points there. Yes, sir. I got a couple of comments from and stories about the debate coming up here in a bit. So.
Well, I just wanted to express my feelings that if any family members or friends that are listening to your show, really consider the options that you have, because if they do vote for the lieutenant governor and he does pass away from a stroke, then there's now you're at back at square one on electing a new senator.
Yeah, that'd be, I guess for a period of time, temporarily one empty seat, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So they could.
And if you have a 50-50 Senate,
you can't.
And if
you can't afford to lose a vote,
the vice
can you?
president.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't afford to lose a vote.
Yep.
Because if that one seat could make or break the balance of power.
The balance of the Senate there, yeah. Well, Ryan, I took your number down. You're a first-time caller. I'm going to get you a $60 code for Hot Shot Secret products. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
Well, I appreciate you checking in. And in your part of the country, you could probably use, I don't know, if you've got a diesel, you could use some of that diesel winter anti-gel. Because you deal with the cold weather up there. Minnesota. All right, hang in there, Heat Wave. You're up next. Good morning, Senor. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. 3 men accused of aiding a 2020 plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer were found guilty on Wednesday of taking part in a conspiracy the prosecutors ascribed to hostility over restrictions she imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic. A jury found Joseph Morrison, 28, his father-in-law, Pete Musico, 44, and Paul Beller, 23, guilty of gang membership, firearm violations, and providing material support for terrorism. Ukrainian troops at the front line said on Wednesday they were expecting a bitter fight for the southern Kherson region, which Russia now appeared to be reinforcing after days in which it seemed possible that Moscow might withdraw. And Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog warned President Joe Biden on Wednesday of mounting Iranian challenge as Tehran continues its brutal crackdown over widespread protests led by young Iranians and U.S. efforts to revive the Iran nuclear deal flounder. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed, plenty of room for you, all right? At 844-844-3388. Hello to Ronnie, checking in via Facebook. I said, Steve, I listened to your show for years when I couldn't sleep at night, which is most nights. But I was wondering, who did the news on your 700 program when you were there? What happened to him? Let's see. RL from Brandon, Mississippi. Let's go, Brandon. It's Ronnie Long. All right, Ronnie. Now, the guy that did the longest tenure, I guess, he had a number of news guys over the years, but yeah, Charlie Van Zandt was the guy that was my newsman for the. He was there, and then he left and took a different job. Then he came back, and I think he came back 3 different times. You know, Charlie actually worked, when my father was still doing the show. But the guy that was there for the last, say, a year or two before I was dismissed, Rob Carpenter. That was, and I'm still friends, Facebook friends with Rob, and he actually sent me a little message here a few weeks ago that he was going to be leaving because, I guess I could say it. He said he could no longer take the woke mentality that had infiltrated the newsroom. The wokeness, couldn't take it anymore. So he left there. He took a job as a dispatcher for one of the counties up north of Cincinnati. I don't know if it was Butler County. I think it might have been Butler County, but yeah, so I believe that's where he's at now. Rob Carpenter. Yeah, he was the big bowling guy. Loved his bowling. And he was a good one. So there you go. Ronnie, good to have you with us, though. Thanks for chiming in. Give us a ring sometime at 844-844-3388. Good morning, senor. What's happening?
Good morning, senor. I think Eskimo Mom dropped off. She gave me a ring saying that she'd be back. She's at the store right now making her delivery.
Okay. I saw that.
Yeah, so Anyways, oh, good Lord. My night started off kind of shaky. Uh, I didn't realize we were stopped, and my co-driver was trying to get me up. I was sleeping sound. I'm more of a relief driver than a team driver because I tell you what, when my co-driver wants to go, if that sun's up, she is right there ready, saying, "All right, let's go. Come on, move out." So I'm just a relief driver.
Huh.
Oh, that's all right. Well, I have a few things on my mind, and I guess we'll just go ahead and start off with it. My little niece, Gia, she's the daughter of my half brother there in Texas. She's a funny little thing. Her mom speaks fluent Mandarin Chinese, but she was working in where the hell was she working at? Well, anyway, she was working in I guess in Taiwan, so she had to deal with those people, so she had to learn that language. She's Filipino, and the little girl goes to a daycare center, and she's learning Spanish. And my brother told me, said the little girl was trying to tell her dogs to sit, except she added an H to it.
Uh-huh.
So I'm thinking, well, I certainly hope the dogs don't
do that.
Don't follow that command. So, she's a precocious little 19-month-old or 20-month-old. She's got the same birthday as Elvis and my daughter via Saint's sister. So I was like, my goodness, coincidences all over the place. Okay, now we're talking about the elections, and these people are going after Trump's team to try to change the results. Well, then if that's the case, Hillary needs to be put in jail and serving time because she actually got one of the electoral voters to change their vote from Trump to her. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yep. So, I mean, these Democrats are opening a big can of worms here. And if everything can be retroactive, then her butt needs to be in that damn judgment seat so they can say thumbs up or thumbs down. And it amazes me that a lot of us out here, and I say us, as a generality, have the attention span of a guppy. Trump knew something was going to happen on January 6th. He told both the Washington, D.C. mayor and Nancy Pelosi, saying, hey, I can get 10,000 National Guard troops up here if something's going to happen. And what did that D.C. mayor and Nancy Pelosi do? They refused. And this was not same day. This was a couple of days prior to January 6th. Now, where's the damn trial for those two for, not doing their duty of making sure that this was a safe thing?
Well, you used the word trial. What the January 6th committee is not a trial. It's a dog and pony show. A trial has cross-examination. There's two sides presented. There's cross-questioning. None of that is happening here. It's not a trial. It's all about trying to make Donald Trump look bad.
Oh yeah, but I mean the way the Democrats look at it, it is the law of the land. Steve Bannon has been sentenced to jail time by that circus act up there. And they say, oh, it's a fair trial because we got two Republicans. Well, that the previous caller, he had the right. I can't remember. I think it was one from Mississippi, or not Mississippi, Minnesota, or wherever the hell that was up there, Wisconsin. He had it right. If the Democrats are missing one person in case that Fetterman gets elected and then he croaks due to another stroke, you would think, okay, then the Republicans have the upper hand. Oh, hell no, we don't, because we got so many rhinos in there. They would go ahead and just take the place of the Democrat and vote in favor of and give them the majority vote. I don't know why that these people just don't come out and out and say, screw it. I am a rhino, so I'm going to change my party affiliation to truly represent who I am. I mean, you might as well, those rhinos might as well do that, because that is exactly what they're doing. And that's exactly what that name rhino stands for. Republican in name only. Oh, I tell you that this morning, I swear to God, I thought I was thinking with a clear head. I was running from the truck to the truck stop, and I don't know, maybe I was a little off, but I damn near walked into the ladies' room to do my business in there, and it hit me that the door wasn't opening from the right side, and I pushed again. It's like, whoop, wait a minute, that ain't the right color for the men's room. So it's like, you ever had those days? I did. So yeah, one 5-hour energy drink and a coffee later, I'm very well and aware of the situation, what's going on. Now my final gripe of the day. Steve, we have enough of our own homegrown idiots behind the wheel of these semis that we do not need to import any more drivers. I think, especially here on I-40. And Monkey Gouger was talking about it a couple of weeks ago when he was doing his West Coast tour with his wife on their vacation. And he said his wife looked at him and asked, why there were so many foreign drivers out here.
Right.
I want to tell you what happened. Not even 10 miles into my trip to Albuquerque from Holbrook, Arizona, I got passed by a semi, and there is a vehicle on the side of the road with the four-ways on, and that's all they got on. I mean, it's pitch black out here. I mean, I ain't seen the moon in a long damn time. I don't know where it's at, but it ain't hanging around here, and it's clear. But it is that kind of black where the lights get swallowed up. Now, I can see that there is an issue up ahead after this guy passes me. Turn signal on to the left. There is a semi way back behind me. I get over to the left lane, and I don't know how fast this cat was going, but just as soon as I get to the left lane, he made up that distance in nothing flat. As soon as I get past the vehicle that's in the right shoulder, I get over back into the right lane. But you're being safe, you're being courteous, and some states, it's the law of the land. You see something on the side of the road, you get the hell over, especially when the four-ways are on or whenever there's lights on the vehicle that's giving somebody a ticket or giving them a tow. This idiot gets right behind me and follows me into the right lane and hits his high beams on me. And I don't know how close he was, but I would give him the handle of Razor, because he was that close to my hind end. So I tapped the brakes.
Mm.
And then, what are you supposed to do? You can only do 63. You're trying to be courteous to the people off on the side of the road. And then you got this, now I ain't going to call him what I want to call him, but person that is just absolutely out of their damn minds. So he gets behind me, turns his high beams on, and gets over, and he gets right up next to me, and then blows the horn, waking up my co-driver. I mean, what the hell is the matter with these people out here, Steve? Did they watch too many episodes of Smokey and the Bandit and think that's the way it's got to be out here? I mean, there's no excuse for that kind of behavior whether he was homegrown or he was imported. None at all whatsoever. And then I would slow down, he would slow down. I would speed up, he would speed up. And I turned the lights on in the cab, and when he's right next to me, I give him the what with both hands. How you get exasperated.
Right, yeah. Like, what are you saying? What are you trying to do? What's the deal?
Yeah. And he blows the horn again. So my co-driver gets up and like, what the hell's his problem? And I explain it to her. And whenever he finally gets off over at the 289 mile marker where there's another truck stop, she gives him an idea, just how upset, pissed off she is. And, hopefully, maybe the guy was falling asleep. I don't know. But, folks, if you're tired, pull over somewhere, an off-ramp, a rest area, a way station, some place, but get your butt off the road before you cause a damn accident.
Yeah.
There's no reason for this stuff. So, anyways, well, I want to, in advance, congratulate the Philadelphia Phillies on their impending victory.
Oh, really?
In the World Series.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, think about it. I mean, Houston was up there last year, and they couldn't win a home series. They couldn't win a home game in the World Series. So, and then when they played against the Washington Senators, or whatever the hell they call themselves up there, no one won a home game. And so I figured, well, might as well go ahead and give the advance congratulations to the Phillies. And if Houston does win, well, I'll be pleasantly surprised. But if they don't, well,
You won't be disappointed. Okay.
No. And I was really hoping to meet the Gouger so I could go ahead and pay him off the bet that I lost. So, I didn't see him, and he just says, "Oh, we'll catch you another time." And I'm thinking, yeah, probably next year about the same time we'll try it again. So anyways, other than that, man, I tell you what, just ain't been a whole lot happening out here. And, like Captain Ron said, get your eyes checked if you're diabetic. Well, mine's coming up on the 26th of next month. I'm not experiencing any issues, but yeah, it is no fun to get your eyes dilated every year like that. But man, that's the reason why they give you those Stevie Wonder roll-ups. You put those in behind your glasses. Yeah. So, anyways, with that, I'm going to let you go, Senor. Folks, y'all stay safe out there. Keep the rubber side down, and we'll holler at y'all later.
All right. Safe travels. Hopefully a better rest of the day, right? All right. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Now, technically, if he's in, what do you say, a 63-mile-an-hour truck, so unless he's in like a construction zone or something, really, if he's on the highway, he can't speed. Can't. He's the turtle out there in the 70 and 75-mile-an-hour zones. Yeah, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration wants to know why drivers speed. They're actually honestly asking this question. Although the answer may seem obvious, they're seeking approval to conduct a survey of 1,500 licensed drivers regarding speeding. A notice about the proposed survey was published in the Federal Register on Tuesday of this week. Why do people speed? I mean, is there any other answer except, well, you get to your destination quicker. The faster you go, the quicker you get there. What other rationale is there for speeding? And unless you're street racing or something of that nature, people speed to get there. The voluntary survey, they say, would coordinate with the Washington Traffic Safety Commission and the Washington Department of Licensing to question adult drivers who received at least one speeding conviction in the past 3 years, as well as drivers not convicted of speeding in the same time frame. The survey would include general and speeding-specific questions about moral reasoning, legal reasoning, attitudes and perceptions of the law, enforcement and sanctions. They did not indicate in the notice why it would limit the survey to drivers in the state of Washington, but the results of this research, they say, will assist the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration in better understanding how to develop successful programs to improve driver safety. Now, they said driving too fast was a contributing factor in 26% of traffic deaths in 2019. They said speeding accounted for 9,478 fatalities, 326,000 injuries. If you ask me, that's a total waste of money. People speed to get there. If the speed limit's 70 and you're doing 80, you can cut an hour off your drive time if you were maintaining 80 miles per hour for 6 hours. I mean, yeah, you get there an hour quicker. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, news update just around the corner here. Let me get back to forgot to come back to the meteor shower story. So many things to cover. One topic to the next, right? We're about to see a lot more of these torrid meteoroids. Forecasters believe a swarm is approaching the Earth. Torrid meteors are debris from the giant comet that broke apart in the inner solar system 10 to 20,000 years ago. The breakup produced a mixture of dust and larger bodies that are still present today. Comet 2P Encke itself may be just one of the fragments. Over the years, Jupiter's gravity has shepherded some of these meteoroids into a well-defined cloud known as the Torrid Swarm. It visits Earth every 3 or 7 years. Previous encounters with the swarm in 2005 and 2015 produced showers of fireballs observed around the world. In 1975, the swarm contacted the moon, making Apollo seismic sensors ring with evidence of objects hitting the lunar surface. Now, the last outburst was 7 years ago, which means this year, 2022, could be a swarm year. Either way, the shower peaks on November the 5th, but unlike others, it's not a sharp maximum or like a one-night window of opportunity to see the meteors. The window of activity can actually be 2 or 3 weeks long. So you can watch for torrid fireballs during the hours around local midnight, and you can expect to see a few fireballs per hour streaking from the horns of Taurus. And it may be many, many more if the swarm actually arrives. So that'd be interesting. They've actually got a satellite photograph where they're showing that cloud of torrid debris. If the trajectory of the Earth is just right, we run right through that cloud, that could prove to be an interesting night. Hey, all right, we'll get our news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A judge on Wednesday ordered former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to testify before a special grand jury that's investigating whether President Donald Trump and his allies illegally tried to sway Georgia's results in the 2020 election. Here are some thoughts from Loyola Law professor Lori Levinson.
Meadows has tried to resist every way he could, testifying before the January 6th committee or any grand jury. But now a Georgia judge has certified that he's needed for the grand jury, and a South Carolina judge has agreed. It is possible that Meadows will appeal. He's been trying to raise every privilege he can, especially claiming executive privilege.
Meadows, a former GOP congressman, is a key figure in the investigation. He traveled to Georgia, sat in on Trump's phone calls with state officials, and coordinated and communicated with outside influencers who were either encouraging or discouraging the pressure campaign. Tuesday night, Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman often spoke haltingly throughout a highly anticipated debate against Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz as they vie for a Senate seat left vacant by retiring Pat Toomey. Experts are saying that Oz produced a gift to the Democrats and supporters of Roe v. Wade when he said this during the debate.
There should not be involvement from the federal government in how states decide their abortion decisions. I want women, doctors, local political leaders.
They're trying to speed up debris removal right now in Florida.
There's a plan in Florida to speed up recovery efforts after Hurricane Ian. Republican Governor Ron DeSantis announced an agreement between the state and FEMA.
These waivers will allow debris removal in private communities and may include removal of damaged slabs on private property.
The governor adding without this type of agreement, debris removal could take almost 2 years. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Off the streets. In the Seattle area, drugs, weapons, and more than a dozen of the alleged criminals who handle them are off the streets. At a news conference on Wednesday afternoon, where authorities announced the seizure of 110 guns and large amounts of fentanyl, methamphetamine, and heroin as the result of a multi-agency federal law enforcement effort, U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Washington State, Nick Brown, said alleged drug traffickers with ties to Mexican cartels were brought into custody.
Officers and agents in this district executed court-approved search warrants at 14 different locations, both here in Washington State and in California. Multiple arrests were made involving 3 interconnected drug organizations.
An anonymous woman has come forward accusing Republican Herschel Walker of paying for her to get an abortion back in 1993. She's the second woman to do so. She says she was outraged by seeing Walker deny the first woman's claims, saying she received similar condolence notes. At a press conference Wednesday afternoon, Walker's latest accuser called him a hypocrite.
After discussing the pregnancy with Herschel several times, he encouraged me to have an abortion and gave me the money to do so.
White House spokesman John Kirby answered a number of questions during an on-cam briefing on Wednesday about the potential for Russia to use a dirty bomb.
It would be yet another example of Russia's brutality on the Ukrainian people, and they would have to be properly held accountable for it.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Back at it here. Welcome into a Thursday as we cross over that midnight hour there on the West Coast. Get everybody on the same page there, right? Going back to some of our listener comments via YouTube, Facebook. Yeah, Ronnie last hour had asked, yeah, what happened to the newsman from my previous gig? Soma chimed in. He said, good for Rob Carpenter. Yeah, the news readers have gotten more biased and more woke since Trump was elected. Yeah, 700's news, totally unlistenable, terrible. It's like a Democrat Party affiliate. They're seen, unseen, joining in. Good Thursday morning. The governor of Pennsylvania would be able to appoint the replacement to the U.S. Senate if such a situation were to arise. Now, let's hope Mastriano gets elected, okay? Meanwhile, the corrupt media doing everything they can think of to disparage Herschel Walker in Georgia. Lee Zeldin in New York's governor race there, Carrie Lake in Arizona. And to help this weirdo win over Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I've been noticing in the news breaks this morning that, lo and behold, here we are just, we're down to days before the midterms, and here comes another female out of the woodwork, out of nowhere. Yeah, Herschel Walker, he encouraged me to get an abortion, and he gave me the money to get an abortion. Where did these people come from after all these years? Not surprisingly, I put the pieces together. I say the reason this mystery woman surfaces this past day is because the latest polling shows Herschel Walker with his largest lead over Raphael Warnock, the largest lead he has seen with less than 2 weeks till the election. This was yesterday's coefficient poll. Poll puts Walker above Warnock by a 4-point margin. 47% supporting Walker, 44% supporting the incumbent Democrat senator. Interestingly, the poll found that half of Georgia voters have an unfavorable view of Warnock. Now, Walker has consistently surged in the polls since his debate on October 14, where he outperformed expectations and even surprised some of the left-leaning pundits. I think the debate showed who's the one that's ready to be a senator, who's the one that's ready to represent the state of Georgia and the people of Georgia. Walker told Breitbart News over the weekend, I think that showed Raphael Warnock has been, as I always call him, a wolf in sheep's clothing, that he's not what he says he is, and I think that's the reason the momentum has been turning. He also gained in the polls despite the left-leaning media launching an onslaught of attacks related to his personal life earlier in the month. Walker said these new attacks against him only increased his campaign's momentum. Yeah, I think they really gave momentum to me. They gave momentum to the campaign. All these media attacks. People are now starting to become aware that the lies that Warnock and the media are telling, they know it's not true. Yeah, I've been very transparent about what I've done. A lot of the media, I know, is not going to be my friend. They're campaigning for Warnock. And right now, they're not going to write or do anything to try to get him into office, he added. I correct that. They are going to write and do anything. Okay, I said not. So there you go. Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker, biggest lead to date, less than 2 weeks away. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What's happening with Pappy this morning? What's going on out there?
What's happening, Steve?
Happy birthday yesterday.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, yesterday. Started out kind of doom and gloom, but as the day went on, it got a little better, Steve. Hey, bear with me a second if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Everybody knows I'm on the bomb squad here, right?
Right.
So there's a whole lot of bomb squads around the country, and it used to be attached to the U.S. Army and the FBI, and then the FBI totally took it over a few years ago. Okay, so we're ran by the FBI, so we have an FBI EOD. Bomb guy. EOD stands for Explosive Ordnance Disposal.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like the military term for bomb squad, right? So we have an FBI agent who's our regional agent who is in charge of like multiple bomb squads in a region. So our guy was in charge of like Columbus Bomb Squad, Dayton Bomb Squad, Hamilton counties here, and a couple others within the region here. And Steve, he was due to retire on October 31st, Halloween. And his wife found him on the floor a week ago, and he had a massive stroke. He lasted 2 days, and he passed away.
Wow.
And they buried him today down in Kentucky, and I wasn't able to go because I had to work. So that's why, I was a little bummed when I got up knowing I couldn't go to his funeral. And here's a man that, worked his whole life, man, and was due to retire here in a week, man. And, this happened. So it's kind of sad. But, as the day went on, Steve, and I get all these messages from all my friends and, friends from your show, wishing me happy birthday. And I just sent you an email that there's been some talk, Steve, about trying to bring Russia and Ukraine to the talking tables. So humanity maybe is not all lost.
Wow.
And I guess the point I'm trying to get at here is, is doom and gloom as sometime, this life can seem and this country is going downhill. I mean, we all need to just remember, to live each day. Don't let political stuff, even though it's, our country's in trouble, man, but don't let it get you to the point to where it affects your day-to-day happiness, man. You follow me?
Right.
Just don't let it get to you that bad. Wake up, hug the wife, kiss the kids, and try to enjoy life, man, and just don't let this stuff get to you because, Steve, you might not be here tomorrow, man.
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
And so, man, that's all I got, Steve. I appreciate your time. But, yeah, I saw them headlines there, and I'm like, man, maybe humanity ain't lost, brother. It sounds like it's more Russia trying to get to the talking tables here from these articles I was reading. And, he's reaching out to the United States, and the United States is not ignoring him, Steve. So it sounds like we'll see what happens here. Right?
Russia's, things haven't gone according to plan from the get-go there. I mean, look at the amount of losses they have suffered, the amount of military hardware they've lost, and and with the announcement, I think they said 300,000 people have fled Russia, to neighboring countries trying to avoid the draft. That's not all men, but it's men and their wives, men and their girlfriends, sometimes families, getting the heck out of the country. And so I think he sees the handwriting on the wall. He's not going to have the forces if this thing drags on.
Yeah, like I said the other night, sometimes you just got to kick back, take a step back, maybe lick your wounds,
and move ahead.
And call it a night, man. And let's, same way with Ukraine. I mean, geez, Steve, the amount of people and the damage that was done to that country, but, if we can get peace out of it and they can salvage what's left and work a deal out to where Putin saves face and Lewinsky can save face and still keep his country.
Yeah.
And we avoid a nuclear annihilation.
And Ukraine doesn't join NATO.
Right.
Isn't that really what really prompted Putin to go in to begin with? Because they were alluding to their joining NATO.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's my belief.
Yeah.
But all right, my man, I appreciate you taking my call. Everybody, hammer down, be safe.
Again, well, happy birthday! Now that it's in the books, another year older, another year wiser. Right? What he sent me was snapshots, kind of the headlines he was talking about. First was a press release from the U.S. Department of Defense. Headline says, readout of the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's phone call with Russia's Minister of Defense. Sergei Shoigu, attributed to the Pentagon Press Secretary, Air Force Brigadier General, blah, blah, blah. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin III spoke by phone October 23 with Russian Minister of Defense, who requested a follow-up call. Secretary Austin rejected any pretext for Russian escalation and reaffirmed the value of continued communication amid Russia's unlawful, unjustified war against Ukraine. Now, they've got the whole printout. That's the press release, Department of Defense. Reuters News headline from that same day, Russia's Shoigu holds second call with the United States Defense Secretary in 3 days. They discussed the situation in Ukraine, which is rapidly deteriorating. The Russian Defense Ministry said of Shoigu's call with French Defense Minister, it is trending towards further uncontrolled escalation. So they're talking about it. U.S. News, what we used to call U.S. News and World Report. Russian and British defense ministers discuss Ukraine in phone call. So the defense ministers from all around the world, Russia, France, USA. Let's see, very small print here. Russia's defense minister held a telephone call with his British counterpart, Ben Wallace, to discuss the situation in Ukraine. According to Russian news agencies citing the defense ministry, Shoigu told Wallace that Russia was concerned that Kyiv could be preparing to use a dirty bomb in Ukraine, a claim that he also made in calls with the French and Turkish defense ministers earlier. This was back last Sunday. Russia has published no evidence to support that claim, but I guess, if there's dialogue, there's the possibility of maybe a breakthrough, right? Very good. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, let me throw just a couple more of these political headlines your way. As midterms are just around the corner, there's numerous closely watched races right around the country. Republican Kari Lake is taking a commanding double-digit lead in Arizona's gubernatorial race, while Republican candidate Blake Masters is neck-to-neck with Senator Mark Kelly in the U.S. Senate contest there. The Insider Advantage poll, sponsored by the local Fox affiliate in Phoenix, showed that 54% of likely voters are backing Kari Lake, former news anchor for that station, 45% supporting Hobbs, about 2% of respondents undecided. The Republican is reportedly polling better among older demographics and with Latinos, interestingly enough. Meanwhile, the Fetterman, the debate there in Pennsylvania, night before last, Matt Gaetz of Florida spoke out about that, the debate performance for John Fetterman. Gaetz says, John Fetterman is the only American politician who makes Joe Biden sound like Winston Churchill. Yeah, while he wants to be empathetic to stroke victims, it doesn't make you a bad person if you don't want a stroke victim to be your neurosurgeon or your airplane pilot or your Uber driver or your lawyer or senator. You understand? Yeah, at the end of the day, I think it's selfish that Fetterman's actually doing this because he's not going to be able to articulate any of his policy views. He's not going to be able to advocate forcefully on behalf of his constituents to the federal agencies when they need help from the VA or with colleagues. The reason the Democrat Party is willing to accept John Fetterman in the Senate is because they're willing to accept Joe Biden in the White House. It makes you wonder what's next. Is it going to be Biden Fetterman in 2024 with the slogan, "Recover with us"? But during the debate, Fetterman was provided with closed captioning. Following a slew of gaffes, his campaign, according to the Washington Examiner, claimed that the closed captioning was filled with errors. Meanwhile, Nexstar Media, who hosted the debate, pushed back, stating the closed captioning system functioned as expected, saying that no, there was not a problem with the closed captioning there. One other tidbit, Scooter chimed in about the Walker, this latest woman coming forward yesterday, right at the last minute. Steve, anyone that believes this BS accuser against Walker, they're ignorant or gullible, whichever it is. This is what the Democrats do when they're losing. It took this woman 30 years to air her grievance. Not hardly. If she was so upset, she would have come out as soon as Walker announced he was running. I believe that is correct there, Scooter. Thank you very much. All right, it is 844-844-3388. JR, I believe, on board, correct? Morning, JR.
Yeah. Morning, Steve. How we doing?
Hanging with them.
They had a police conference there yesterday in Indiana. There, you remember that little boy they found? It's been 6 months ago. A hunter found him in a suitcase. Did you see that?
I remember the headline.
They never knew who he was. Well, anyway, it took them 6 months. They announced yesterday that they arrested one lady and looking for his mom here in California now. They know who the little boy is, and had his dad and his parents on there yesterday, and said that he tried to get custody and they wouldn't let him have him. They're saying the mom saying he was possessed.
Okay.
Is that how you say that? You get a priest to get the demons out of you.
The exorcism thing, yes.
Yeah, that's what they was talking about. That's anyway. He wasn't beat. He died from being in that suitcase with nothing to drink and probably hot. It was probably real hot and suffocated. But there was no trauma or nothing to him. So, but they know he'd been 6 years old there this week. If he was still alive. So, but I didn't think they'd ever find out who that little boy was. They buried him there where they found him in Pekin, Indiana. The town went up and buried him. I think they just put John Doe on there or something. But they didn't know what his name was, but that was something else.
Interesting.
Yeah. But, I watched that Pennsylvania thing when I got up one. News Nation had it on there. Man, I thought I was watching Joe Biden there for a minute. I mean, he was worse than Joe. It was terrible. I don't know how you can vote for a guy like that.
That's what we said about Joe Biden, didn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah.
And the number of people right now that say that they would vote for him again. It's an amazing thing.
Yeah, I don't believe half that crap I hear anymore. I just don't believe they're telling the truth. But anyway, I haul there for Kroger. We're getting our turkeys out this week. So I guess you see them on sale, you better get them while you can, because there might be a shortage on them.
Hey, Kroger actually had their turkey. That was the Butterball 3-pound turkey breast. They had them down to like $12.99, I think, last week. And the princess ordered 2 or 3 of them, and we didn't get any. They were sold out. I mean, I'm hearing that again. Your turkey birds might be hard to come by, and they're going to be more expensive this year.
Well, it's the first week I've seen them getting 3 or 4 pallets at their stores now.
All right, so maybe
they might.
Get them while the getting's good, right? Get them while they're hot. Okay, so maybe I'll have to check in on that. All right, it is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. 3 men accused of aiding a 2020 plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer were found guilty on Wednesday of taking part in a conspiracy the prosecutors ascribed to hostility over restrictions she imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic. A jury found Joseph Morrison, 28, his father-in-law, Pete Musico, 44, and Paul Beller, 23, guilty of gang membership, firearm violations, and providing material support for terrorism. Ukrainian troops at the front line said on Wednesday they were expecting a bitter fight for the southern Kherson region, which Russia now appeared to be reinforcing after days in which it seemed possible that Moscow might withdraw. And Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog warned President Joe Biden on Wednesday of mounting Iranian challenge as Tehran continues its brutal crackdown over widespread protests led by young Iranians and U.S. efforts to revive the Iran nuclear deal flounder. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up, and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Update on the Mississippi, the mighty Miss, which is not so mighty as of late. Some recent rain in the basin that ultimately dumps water into the Mississippi, that's a start. But the barge shipping problems that have created what they're describing as enormous backups on the river, particularly near Memphis, Tennessee, are a long way from being resolved. The current water level's the lowest we've seen in years. And in some areas, of course, have reached historic low water levels set as far back as 1988, according to a Coast Guard spokesman. In an email to FreightWaves earlier this week, these conditions have created significant navigating hazards for the transportation system. Now, in that email, the Coast Guard official said the Mississippi is closed to traffic at mile markers 676 to 686 near Battle Axe, Tunica, Mississippi, where there's a queue of 66 vessels, 1,055 barges headed northbound, 23 vessels and 24 barges southbound. The vessels would be a tug or other power unit that would push a lineup of barges. The Coast Guard said there's a closure near Memphis that has a queue of 3 vessels and 39 barges north, a much larger group of 51 vessels and 710 barges trying to go southbound. To put that in perspective, the executive director of the Soy Transportation Coalition described this number as phenomenal. While the levels at Memphis receive most of the attention because it's a key city on the Mississippi, the entire river south of St. Louis is seeing backups. Water levels through the river south of St. Louis are actually being measured in negative numbers. Now, that does not mean there's less than zero water. As the National Weather Service for Pennsylvania explained in a post, all rivers are given a zero level of a certain depth that varies depending on location and history. They are changed infrequently. A river stage at a point, a gauge reading, is not an absolute measure of the depth of the water in that channel. It is a depth with respect to a historical level. In other words, when a river gauge reads 0 or in the negative numbers, it doesn't mean the river's gone totally dry or is running below ground. It means the gauge is reading at or below the agreed upon 0 level. Now, the most recent reading at Memphis is minus 9.49 feet at a location where low stage begins at positive 5 feet. So that negative reading is actually an improvement of one that was beyond minus 10 about a week ago. Forecast of the river level in the next 10 days show it continuing to rise a bit, but then sinking back. The low levels have led to shipping restrictions beyond the backups, which in turn are caused by the inability to move as many barges in one shipment as you would in the past. Coast Guard said limitations on the southern Mississippi mean a barge cannot have a draft greater than 9 feet. And the tows can be no more than 5 barges wide. Now, in normal conditions, an additional 1 or 2 barges across might be shipped, and drafts could be 12 to 14 feet. So they're having to put a lot less grain or coal, whatever they're moving, in each barge. Now, the soybean and soy product shippers, that's a key user of the Mississippi, primarily to move soy to the port of New Orleans, where it's transferred to bulk carriers for export to other parts around the world, given that the low levels of the Mississippi are particularly problematic here in the month of October. Yeah, we are more and more into the heart of harvest season, and all this production's coming online. The harvest this year, he said, was significant. The transportation system is not in position to be able to accommodate like it normally would. So you have incompatibility between the supply chain and the supply. With barges backing up and a limited ability to move them, barge rates are collapsing, according to the Department of Agriculture. Amid uncertainty about when barge traffic will normalize, some grain shippers have delayed deliveries until later this year, which has softened demand for barges. But even with that decline, the report said the spot rate is up 130% from a year ago. It's up 260% from the 3-year average. Now, the forecast on when things might improve for water depths says the current situation may last at least through October, but the end of October now is just, days away, right? 4 days away, and haven't seen a lot of precipitation. Yes, some farmers may be able to stay out of the market and transit problems because of on-site storage, if they have that available. One of the big developments in the last 15 or 20 years has been an increase and a proliferation of on-farm storage. It does really pay farmers to invest some money in storage so they can market what they grow throughout the year and take advantage of price increases when the prices are up. Now, he also said the normal course of activity in the soybean market is that the North American harvest occurs during the Latin American winter. Well, when it's not in position to sell a steady supply of beans into the market, that shifts as the northern hemisphere goes into winter and summer takes over in the south. So we're kind of like transitioning to that right now. Now, I said I see farmers lined up for a 5 to 7 hour wait when the time is normally minimal, with fewer barges and a smaller number of barge groupings on the water. That tells me there's not a lot of alternatives right now. There are other alternatives, but they're not really desirable. Putting beans and soy products on rail to the West Coast for transport from there, that's possible. But now, with the rail system under stress and it's not operating with the kind of reliability, he said the ability for many shippers to take advantage of that option is limited. Plus, they're now facing the prospect of a rail strike next month. Wow, you can't just do a wholesale shift from mode A to mode B. All right. Several weather observers have noted that with the ground in the Mississippi River Basin so dry, any upcoming rains, much of it will be heavily absorbed by the soil rather than becoming runoff that actually makes it into the streams and rivers that feed the main waterway anyway. So How long will this continue? But there's your update. Hey there, Knucklebuster. Take two.
Oh, thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, I'm in Memphis, and Elvis has left, and so has the river. So it's down pretty dry there. So it'll be back eventually, but Elvis won't. Elvis ain't never coming back. So I want to give a happy birthday to Pappy there, or a belated one anyway, a.k.a. the cartoon character Dick Tracy there, right? I read with that WNBA star, what's her name, Brittany Griner, something like that.
Yeah.
She they denied her release there, so, and then they turned around and told the Biden admin they didn't want any news articles about prisoner swaps. So I don't know what was all come of all that. Anyway, I guess what's that, the other guy there, Dennis Rodman, I guess he didn't do too good over there, right?
Yeah, apparently doesn't have the pool that he thought he did. I don't know. He did pretty well with. He was all right with Kim Jong-un though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he done all right. But hell, I don't know about all that. We still got to deal with him. So, let's talk about that guy there in Pennsylvania. What's his name? The guy that had a stroke.
Fetterman.
Okay. I got a brother that's about 15 months younger than I am. He's had a stroke, and he ain't right in the head, Steve. So, well, I ain't either, but I ain't never had no stroke or heart attack. So, anyway, when he came out of it, he thought it was 1976, see? And, I mean, what year does Fetterman think it is? We had to drive all the way up. He was driving a truck, and we had to drive all the way up there to Delaware to pick him up. And when we got up there and got him out of the hospital, it was really funny, Steve, because I took my baseball cap off. I've lost quite a bit of hair since 1976. First thing, he said, "My God, what the hell happened to your head, man?" Anyway, he didn't even recognize his own daughter. Of course, he didn't have a daughter back in 1976. Tennessee, she had a Nissan Xterra at that point, and we carried him downstairs, put him in the car. He was like, "What the hell is this?" But, there was no Nissan Xterras in 1976.
Right.
But he's in a happy place. He laughs at everything. Everything's funny to him. But he'll never be right, and I don't think that Fetterman guy will either. He may be trying, but he ain't gonna ever succeed at it there. I've never seen anybody that's had a stroke come back fully recovered there,
Yeah.
So I don't know. Good luck to him is all I can tell him, man. Well, I'm at the yard. I'm gonna put this thing to bed, and y'all have a good day. I'm gonna go get to bed with Tennessee there. I reckon I need to pull my sleeping bag out. See?
Yeah, snuggle up, get warm. There you go. All right, have a good morning, Knucklebuster. Snuggle up with Tennessee. All right, 844-3388. Let me grab the Shadow Chaser. Morning, Shadow Chaser.
Morning, Steve. How you doing this morning?
Hanging with them.
Hey, you talking about chain laws. A lot of these drivers out here don't even have their boots. I'm out driving with flip-flops on. Ready to get out the snow, change out a pair of flip-flops.
That sounds like a lot of fun, putting on chains and a pair of flip-flops, okay?
Or shorts.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys, all they do is wear shorts. Don't even have a pair of boots. Hey, you know that guy's on trial in Waukesha for running on them people. I tell you what, that judge that got in there, that judge, she's a tough judge, boy. I don't know how she put up with it. And, you're talking about these speeders. So I know why these Freyhards, you go through these road constructions, they got, like Ohio Turnpike, you got 50-mile-an-hour speed on it. Why these darn Freyhards, they fly through there?
Why do they speed, Shadow Chaser? It's because they've got to be somewhere and they can't afford to slow down, right?
Yeah, the thing is, that's the worst place to speed through a damn road construction because they get double the size, and
oh yeah,
it really makes it bad for your record and stuff, Steve.
Yeah.
So,
But it
other than that, well, how?
It happens all day, every day, and all night in the construction zones. Yes, sir. It's 9 before the hour. And it is 844-844-3388. How about a DA of the Week nominee for the truck driver arrested for cocaine possession after getting stuck on Smuggler's Notch there in Vermont? Cambridge, Vermont. Well-known Smuggler's Notch on Notch Road. Trucks are not allowed on Smuggler's Notch. According to WCAX, 31-year-old Kevin Foster just drove past several no truck signs a little before 3 in the afternoon before reaching the peak where he stopped. Authorities then guided Foster back down from the peak. Foster was issued a $1,200 ticket for the incident, but lo and behold, was found to have an active warrant for cocaine possession. So he was cited for that and scheduled to appear in court this past day. All right, it is 8 before the hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Not surprising. The American Transportation Research Institute, they do their annual survey asking, which they did here for the last several weeks, what's your biggest concern in the trucking industry? They ask for drivers' input, and they ask for the company's input. The drivers and companies shared only one of their top 5 concerns, according to this year's survey, and that was fuel prices. While drivers and companies share a mutual concern over fuel prices, of all the top 10 concerns listed for truck drivers and trucking companies this year, truck drivers and trucking companies share only 4 of the top 10. Fuel prices. That was number 2 for truck drivers, number 3 for companies. The economy was number 5 for the companies, number 6 for the actual drivers. Detention and delay time at customer facilities. It was number 4 for the drivers. came in at number 9 for the companies, and truck parking was number 1 for truckers, number 10 for the companies. Now, the industry concern study last year saw similar discrepancies in the driver versus the company concerns. Only had 4 mutual concerns in their top 10 list. But as far as the drivers, truck drivers, top 10 concerns, parking was up top. Fuel prices number 2, driver compensation, followed by detention and delay times. Speed limiters jumped back onto the list at number 5 this year because the word is it's coming down the pike. Number 6 was the economy, followed by the hours of service rules, driver training standards at number 9, and transportation infrastructure, congestion and things of that nature was number 10. Now, that was the driver. For the carriers, driver shortage is number 1 issue. Driver retention at number 2. Fuel prices, as we mentioned, came in at number 3 this year. Number 4 was CSA. Drivers don't even care, apparently. Number 5 was the economy. Number 6, lawsuit abuse reform. Number 7, carrier concern, insurance cost and availability. Number 8, a diesel technician shortage. That is a real issue out there. Number 9, detention and delay at customer facilities. Number 10, for the company concerns, was truck parking. So again, what was number 1 for the drivers, it was barely made the top 10 for the carriers out there. Got a full final hour coming your way, but we get a news break first. And we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting. More than 5 months after experiencing a stroke, Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman struggled at times to explain his positions and often spoke haltingly throughout a highly anticipated debate against Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz as they vie for a critical Senate seat. This was from the opening minutes of the debate Tuesday night.
I'm running to serve Pennsylvania. He's running to use Pennsylvania. And let's also talk about the elephant in the room. I had a stroke. He's never let me forget that. And I might miss some words during this debate, mush two words together, but it knocked me down, and I'm going to keep coming back up.
When pressed to release his medical records later in the debate, he refused to commit. Adidas ended a partnership that helped make the artist formerly known as Kanye West a billionaire and lent the German sportswear an edgy appeal, but ultimately couldn't survive a mounting outcry over the rapper's offensive and anti-Semitic remarks. The split will leave Adidas searching for another transcendent celebrity to help it compete with ever larger rival Nike, but will likely prove even costlier for Ye, as the rapper is now known. The sneaker giant became the latest company to cut ties with Ye, whose music career has been in decline as he courted controversy. Adidas said it expected to take a hit of up to $250 million to its net income this year. Are you planning a trip soon? This may not be a good time to do it.
The desire for Americans to take a trip has never been greater since the pandemic. The Wall Street Journal is reporting this is a bad time. A shortage of new jets, shifting travel patterns, higher ticket prices are to blame. Of note, budget travelers counting on frill-free airlines and off-peak dates might be disappointed in the savings this year. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's MediShare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
In Pennsylvania, former South Carolina governor and former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, appeared at an event in Harrisburg Wednesday to campaign for the Trump-backed Senate Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz, just one day after Oz's only debate against his opponent, John Fetterman. The event focused on Oz's latest campaign against violent crime and drug use in Pennsylvania. Saw Haley warning GOP voters that all eyes are on Pennsylvania during these midterm elections. 3 men accused in a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer were convicted Wednesday on state charges. Joe Morrison, his father-in-law Pete Musico, and Paul Beller were convicted of providing material support for a terrorist act. The 3 members of the Wolverine Watchmen were found guilty of state anti-terrorism charges the prosecutor said prevented a very bad event. The 3 men practiced gun drills in the woods in preparation for an abduction of Governor Gretchen Whitmer, in part over her pandemic restrictions. Whitmer said the verdicts are proof violence and threats have no place in our politics. More than 150 years after slaves were freed in the U.S., voters in 5 states will soon decide whether to close loopholes that led to the proliferation of a different form of slavery, forced labor by people convicted of certain crimes. The effort is part of a national push to amend the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution that banned enslavement or involuntary servitude except as a form of criminal punishment. That exception has long permitted the exploitation of labor by convicted felons. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Final hour, it is the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Our final week. Wow, look at that. Tomorrow will be our final day, Friday. We're going to close it out. You know how it works. I give you a keyword. You go to tncradio.live, click on contest, enter that keyword, and you're registered for a $1,000 cash. That's why you call it the $1,000 daily driver bonus. This hour's keyword is leave. L-E-A-V-E, leave. Which I'll tell you what, the leaves were really coming down fast and furious yesterday. And in a matter of like 3 weeks' time, the trees went from mostly green, or some of them a little brown because we hadn't had much rain, but we had that first freeze. And man, oh man, just like that, they're dropping big time. Fall is in full swing in this portion of the country. So there you go. Leave is your keyword. Go to tncradio.live, use the tncradio.live app, click on contest, and there you go. Enter your keyword. Additional keywords come your way 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time again today, giving you a total of 4 chances to enter in our final days of the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Well, I know many of you are sick and tired of the campaign ads, right? You're just being bombarded every time you turn on the radio, the television, everywhere you turn. Campaign ads. You think they're going to end on November the 8th? Well, no. Yeah, granted, they'll lighten up a bit. We're just going to begin the next cycle, though. As soon as we get through the midterms, everybody comes out and officially announces who's running. Is Trump going to toss his hat in the ring for 24? Will Biden officially announce that he's going to run again in 24, and all the other characters out there? But between now and November the 8th, just be prepared for more of the same, and even more. Mike Bloomberg, the billionaire from New York City, just sent another $10 million to the House Majority PAC. He's concerned about this red wave coming November the 8th. He was trying to bolster the chances for Democrats in the midterms, according to Politico this past day. This, as the Democrat Party leadership fears, the Republicans will see a decisive victory in this election. Of course, he has a long-standing relationship with Nancy Pelosi. He's aware of the party's current needs, and he wanted to step up again, according to a spokesperson. This is the same guy Bloomberg helped flip the House in 2018 for the Democrats. Of course, he made a run for president in 2020, heavily invested this midterm to keep Democrat control of Congress. He has now contributed more than $70 million to Democrat Party candidates and causes this cycle alone. His strategy, they say, is to try to spread his donations around to the battleground races, to hold off Republican challengers in those close races. He's so far spent between $500,000 and $2 million in the governor races in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Colorado, New Mexico, and Wisconsin. Another $2 million to Democrat secretaries of state races. Of course, Pelosi, who has raised hundreds of millions of dollars on her own this cycle, issued a statement thanking Bloomberg for being such a key resource as Democrats are working to advance job creation, public safety. What? Public safety? Yeah, protect the women's right to choose, defend Medicare and Social Security. We're looking to lower the cost of prescription drugs. It's all good talk, Nancy. Good talk. Let me get back to Philip's on board this morning. What's going on, Philip?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Not too bad. Thursday here. Weekend's just around the corner.
Absolutely, just around the corner, just about there. I'll be at work, Phil. Hey, I'm calling in a little later today. I got a later start time at Disney today, so got to go in a little bit later today, but get stuck in a little bit of traffic here this morning, and then this afternoon I'll get hung up in it again. And let Chris know that yesterday I got another one of those 50 mile to the gallon deals with my car. I did pretty good yesterday, and what's really surprising is I'm almost to the end of the oil cycle on this car, so I'm getting ready to change it. I actually bought the oil and everything yesterday and got everything set up for the next change. But yeah, I got 50 yesterday. I was really surprised I got it. That's like, I think I've got it 4 times now, 50 miles to the gallon with this thing.
Wow.
So
that's great.
Doing pretty good with it. Yeah, I mean, but it's not city driving. In the city, I'm getting 35. So I'm doing pretty good with that, the city part of it. But that's just straight out driving on an interstate. So, but did you get my article about that state's attorney that I was talking about yesterday?
Yeah, right. Yeah, yesterday morning. I sure did.
Yeah, she was the one in the Markeith Lloyd case, and I know a lot of people know about that down here in Orlando. Gentleman actually killed his wife, and she was pregnant, and then also shot a law enforcement officer and killed her. And this lady, she didn't even want to pursue. Who was the governor? And he took her off the case. Just said, no, we want to go full bore. I mean, it was a clear cut, dry. What the guy done was, needed it. And she did that 3 times before the end of her term as state's attorney in Osceola County and Orange County. And that's why I'm saying you just got to do your research when you check out your candidates. I don't want her in there as the head honcho. No way. No way at all. So, but the Val Demings, Marco Rubio election will be that one there is going to be one to watch, because Val Demings is putting it on hard, and Marco Rubio, he hasn't done a lot, and that's the thing that's going to hurt him.
Did I see correctly? Have you heard anything that Trump's going to hold some sort of a campaign stop for Rubio? Is that correct, or do you know?
I don't know, Steve. I couldn't tell you, but I hope he does. I mean, Val Demings is going to bring a lot to the table as far as votes in Central Florida, because she's well known around this area. She was the chief of police of Orlando before she started getting into office. Before she was in the House of Representatives. The only thing that she kind of turned the bug on all the Republicans around this area is that she was one of the ones that was on that committee to impeach Trump twice. She was on that committee, and that ruffled a lot of feathers around the area. And you think about the villages, that's kind of like north of Orlando. That's a big Republican swath right there, and that's, those guys control a lot of things. And it's not so much the big cities in Florida that control the elections; it's the outer, the rural areas that control it.
Yeah.
So
I just did a quick search, and I see the headline. Trump is going to be in Miami 2 days before the election, November the 6th. That would be, with Marco. That's kind of an odd combo, because You know, remember in the debates where, Trump was actually making fun of, what do you call him, Little Marco or something?
Yeah, he did. He made fun of him. And the reason why he made fun of him, and I hate to say it, but he just hasn't done anything. I mean, what got Marco Rubio in the office initially was South Florida. If you look at the population down in Miami, you get out of Miami, and that's what got him in office. And now it's going to be a crazy one because, now all of Florida, Central Florida, especially in the big cities, you talk in Tampa and Orlando, those are big Democratic areas. You might see Val Demings get in there. I hate to say it, but you might see her get in there. I really do. That's one of the ones you have to watch. And then also we got to watch our governor's race. The question with Charlie Crist I always had was, well, you raised our taxes, of course, because you felt you had to, but you never did anything other than that either. Whereas DeSantis, I mean, if you look at our governor now, DeSantis with the pandemic, he has tried to do the best he can with the situation with the pandemic. And that's what I think is going to gain him a lot of ground as far as what he's done with the pandemic and how he's handled it and how to get things back up running. A lot of states were sitting around fluffing and we were out there working, you know what I mean? And he did that. He was, let's get this thing back together. The pandemics have happened before in history. Everybody had to get back out and go back to work and keep going and try to keep themselves, going, not sitting at home wondering, well, let's see, we all need the social distance. Well, you can only do that for so long. Things have still got to go, So I was interested in your topics about the trucking and the survey with the drivers and the companies.
Yes.
That you were talking about earlier.
Yep.
Well, to be quite honest, with the companies, now this is from when I was driving, and this is just my opinion, the companies don't care about where I parked at. All they cared about was that freight going from point A to point B. That's what it was always about with the companies when I was driving. We want to try to get it there as quickly as possible and do it, get it safely there. But it was always about getting it from point A to point B. It was never about, well, what's going to happen when that driver has to lay over somewhere and take it easy.
Mm-hmm.
It never was about that. Even when I was over the road, it was never about that. It was always get it from point A to point B and let's get on to the next load. And it concerns me. It really does. And we need more parking out there. We really do. We need more truck parking. And Horse Feather said yesterday about the electric trucks. You got the electric trucks, you're going to have the same problem. Where are they going to park? Where are they going to park them at? Where are they going to plug them in at? Is there going to be a big generator that's diesel that's going to charge trucks up to go where they need to go, which means you're not helping anything at all. So just a little bit of food for thought on that kind of stuff. And I'll catch you later, Steve, and you have a good day, buddy.
One other quick question, if you got a second. Have you heard, is the DeSantis-Crist, is that a close race? Or, I mean, I'm hearing that DeSantis is way ahead of Crist in the polls.
I think DeSantis is way ahead. I haven't looked at the polls, but I don't know. It's the big thing with guys like DeSantis, not DeSantis, but Crist. If you get the people that are really down about the governor and the situations. Now, our governor has had some situations go on that have put negative stuff into his deal, and that has helped the Democrats. And the Democrats are going to use that. And I can't talk about a lot of that stuff because it involves my employer. But that's the stuff that's going to get Crist in office if he gets in office.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be on his background that he had before, because I remember when he was a governor, and I remember what he done, and you've seen there's ads running everywhere. And by the way, you were talking about the election stuff. I am really sick of getting all these dang gum texts. In Ohio, when you register to vote in Ohio, do you have to give them your phone number?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, down here in Florida, you're required to give your phone number when you register to vote. And that is the only way that I think I get these texts now on my phone from all these elections. They're sending texts to me now instead of, having a commercial. I'm getting the election texts, and it's really getting me fed up with it. And I think the only place that those folks could have got my information was from when I registered to vote, because I haven't given any of that stuff out, to anybody. And that's the only way I think but they're doing that a lot. They're doing that. I can handle commercials on TV. I can just change the channel. It's not a problem. But man, just keep texting me. I'm deleting this crap every day. And I'm getting it from everybody. I mean, I'm getting it from everyone that's running.
Yeah.
And I'm like, back off with that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but I hope DeSantis wins. Have I always been on his side in certain things? No, but the majority of the stuff that he's done over the period of time he's been the governor of Florida has been pretty positive. And he's helped a lot of people out. He really has. So, but that's all I got, bud. And you have a good one. We'll catch you later.
All right. Thank you, Philip. Have a good morning there. All right. So I did a quick search. I'm trying to find the notes. Indeed, I did see that poll-wise, however reliable the polls are, right, DeSantis is ahead of Christ by double digits. Yeah, that was from, I guess, a few days ago. Where was the headline? Let's see, with 3 weeks until the elections, this was last week, obviously. DeSantis with an 11-point lead over Charlie Crist, 51 to 40%. Furthermore, 66% of voters expect DeSantis to win. There was one interesting point that also had come out a couple of days ago where I guess the question, did this come up in the debate? They were pushing, are you going to commit to fulfill your 4 years? You're going to serve your 4-year term if you are reelected. Apparently, DeSantis did not commit to serving the full term, which, immediately that you've got to say, he's looking at maybe indeed making a run for president. The headline, Ron DeSantis would not commit to serving a full 4-year term as governor if reelected. Now, if he's up by double digits, the reason I asked Philip that question is because, this whole Politico story is trying to make it sound like it's a big, ugly deal if Trump comes into Florida 2 days before the election. Here's what they had to say. Trump is coming to Miami 2 days before Election Day, but one Republican won't be there. That is Governor Ron DeSantis. Not yet, anyway, it says. Trump yesterday said he'll hold a rally with Marco Rubio on November the 6th. DeSantis was left off the announcement, and an advisor to the former president said the Florida governor's not attending. The apparent snub angered some people within the DeSantis orbit who complained that the governor's team was not informed of the rally before Trump made the announcement, and the timing of the Trump-Rubio event means any campaign event that DeSantis holds that day will not get as much attention. The all-important final stretch before the midterms. Now, why make such a big to-do over this if you've got your double-digit lead? Or DeSantis, what? You tell them you'll be there. Yeah, I'll join you for the rally. Now, what they're saying is you've got the Sunday before Election Day totally hijacked by Trump. He's going to parachute in on Trump Force One, taking up the whole day. According to one longtime Republican consultant close to the governor, who said no Republican could go to a DeSantis event that day. None. And DeSantis won't be there. This is big. Kind of making it sound like everybody would go to the Trump-Rubio event. And, yeah, well, screw DeSantis. He's not going to be. Another person who was influential in DeSantis' world said, well, this is an elbow to the throat of Ron DeSantis, and blamed Trump advisors. Now, an advisor for Trump disputed any conflict between the former president and DeSantis, who could be Trump's potential rival for the nomination in 24 if both of them run for the White House. Trump's Florida rally, the advisor said, is part of a 4-city tour that Trump's making ahead of the November 8 election. This is an event that Trump is holding as part of a series of stops he's making for Republican Senate candidates. This came after he and Senator Rubio spoke directly. All right. Trump spokesman did not return a request seeking comment. Spokesman for DeSantis declined to comment. So are they kind of in a Cold War right now? Both of them kind of downplaying that there's any conflict there. But you are seeing some signs that there's a bit of a strained relationship there. DeSantis declining to ask for Trump's endorsement this year. Trump over the winter calling politicians who wouldn't say if they got the COVID boosters gutless. A comment that was widely viewed as being directed at DeSantis, who vacillated on the issue when he was asked. I guess he didn't want to say anything about yay or nay. And Trump, I guess, has kind of questioned DeSantis' loyalty while also raising questions about whether DeSantis is personable enough to win over voters. It seems like he's pretty darn popular there in Florida. Trump has often taken credit for DeSantis' success, claiming his endorsement ahead of the 2018 primary against the Agriculture Commissioner Adam Putman pushed DeSantis over the top. Of course, Trump has endorsed many other Florida Republicans on this year's ballot, including the Attorney General Ashley Moody, the Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Patronis. I guess, are they going to be bumping heads before you know it? But that is rather interesting when he said he would not commit to being there for the full 4 years. It's kind of a obvious indication that he may indeed be looking to toss his hat in the ring for the presidency in 24. So the plot kind of thickens there, doesn't it? All right, rolling toward news break here. Bottom of the hour just ahead. Of course, we'll get back to your calls after that. Who we got on board? 5-7, looks like the right wing nut. Maybe Gilligan on board as well. So we'll come back with that following the news break. Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Ukrainian troops at the front line said on Wednesday they were expecting a bitter fight for the southern Kherson region, which Russia now appeared to be reinforcing after days in which it seemed possible that Moscow might withdraw. 3 men accused of aiding a 2020 plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer were found guilty on Wednesday of taking part in a conspiracy that prosecutors ascribed to hostility over restrictions she imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic. A jury found Joseph Morrison, 28, his father-in-law Pete Musico, 44, and Paul Beller, 23, guilty of gang membership, firearms violations, and providing material support for terrorism. And an Iowa woman claims her father was one of the country's most prolific serial killers. Lucy Studi told authorities that the late Donald Dean Studi killed as many as 70 women over several decades, mostly prostitutes and runaways, and buried them on his rural property. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Again, if you weren't with us earlier, no winning ticket in the Powerball last night, the $700 million draw. So it jumps another $100 million. $800 million. I guess the next drawing, Saturday night. Powerball fever, gonna be sweeping the country. 800 million smackaroos. So we actually walked into the Twitter headquarters carrying a sink. Elon Musk we're talking about. Elon Musk Wednesday entering the Twitter San Francisco office just days ahead of the deadline to close the $44 billion deal to purchase the platform. Yes, carrying a sink. Entering the Twitter headquarters. Let that sink in, he says. Earlier in the day, he kind of teased being the top boss of Twitter after he updated his profile, his bio, saying Chief Twit. Chief Twit. Friday, of course, is the deadline to close the deal to acquire the company. Neither Musk nor Twitter has said if the deal's closed yet, but all things are pointing to it looks like it's a done deal because he's entering the headquarters carrying a sink. Yeah, despite his entry to the headquarters, not clear, again, whether it's finalized yet. Washington Post reported that Musk told prospective investors that he plans to cut 3/4 of the workers when he becomes the owner. Citing documents and unnamed sources familiar with the deliberation, one of his biggest obstacles to closing the deal was keeping in place the financing that was pledged about 6 months ago. There's several banks, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, that signed on earlier this year to loan $12.5 billion of the money he needed to buy Twitter. Solid contracts bound the banks to the financing, although changes in the economy and the debt markets since then have likely made the terms a lot less attractive. Musk even said his investment group would be buying Twitter for more than it's worth. Okay, of course, interest rates have changed, right? If he's locked in these deals 6 months ago, we've seen several interest rate changes. The banks are probably saying, man, this $12 billion, what would the interest on that be now versus 6 months ago? You got to wonder. Anyway, 5-7 back. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Oh, yeah. I'm just thinking about, watched a clip. Kanye West with an interview with Pierce Morgan. Now, I don't fully understand the deal with Kanye West, anti-Semitic. It didn't even cover, the reel didn't even cover what that was, but it was the interview. Kanye got mad at Pierce Morgan and said, "Hey, shut up, boy." Kept telling me, "Shut up, boy." Pierce Morgan said, Don't call me boy." And Kanye goes, "Well, quit treating me like one." It was so cool. Now, listen, remember back I used to come in on a Monday and give you a Chris Wallace report, which basically Chris Wallace would take one of the Trump's administrator, let's say Kayleigh McEnany, and every time he'd ask her a question, because she wasn't giving him the answers, he'd cut her off and cut her off and cut her off. Wouldn't have been neat if Kayleigh would have said, "Hey, bitch, shut up." and he said, "Quit calling me a," he said, Chris could have said, "Don't call me a bitch." He said, "Well, quit treating me like one." It would have been great. Hey, they're learning. These people are learning. Trump taught people how to go turn it around. And by the way, there, Chris, how do you think? Tell me, what do you think about what's going on with Biden, the guy you supported? Oh, excuse me, you went to CNBC or whatever, Plus, and you ain't there no more because nobody wanted to hear what you had to say. So there you go. Fine. Well, doggone, Arizona. That lady there was a reporter shoved a mic in her face and said, "Why don't you give me an interview?" And she said the same thing. Says, "Oh yeah, I'll go ahead and have an interview with you. If I'll be there at the CNBC Studios Plus." Oh, sorry, they don't exist anymore. Nobody wanted to hear what you had to say. So things are this thing with in Georgia and them coming out of the woodwork. Obviously anonymous. So apparently they're not even going to be able to show a check that was written for the abortion.
Well, yeah,
but if you remember,
she said he gave me the money. He gave, right. Okay, whatever. He gave me the money.
There you go. So it's nothing. It's nothing. It's just remember this: Warnock had a lot of filth in his backyard too, and the Democrats showed Herschel Walker's wife saying, "Yes, he beat me," and all this. And it was an interview they had on a Christian program. Herschel was sitting right next to her, and they were testifying to what their life was like, how it had been run down until they found the Lord, and things changed. So, it's just amazing because if you watch the Warnock, I get it all the time. Like I said, I'm 40 miles outside of Georgia. Warnock, they show him bright and clean and energetic and very braggadocious about what he's done since he's been there. It shows him in the peanuts up to his hips in the peanuts, and I support the peanut farmer. Think about else. What other Democrat happened to be a Georgia peanut farmer? Any way you look at it, Warnock is a yes vote for the Democrats. And if Nancy Pelosi would still be, or her ilk is still sitting up there in the main seat, he will be a yes vote to injure our country from now on. So, so it's amazing that Herschel is where he's at. He did an amazing thing on the debate.
Yeah.
Speaking of the debate, you can put a suit on what's the name of that guy on Addams Family, the bald guy that you stick Uncle Fester.
Yeah.
You know what? You can put a suit on Uncle Fester, and he still looks like Uncle Fester. I was just waiting for him to screw a light bulb in his mouth. Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail. We're going to wait for the Steve Summers overnight drive to give me a notification on Friday morning so I can get on Facebook, which is, I've never had any trouble with Facebook here in this show, volume or anything, all week long. So just to let you know that's going. Other than that, we're just going to wait around for Left Nutless and the captain to come on so I can enjoy their
Left Nutless. No, it's right wing nut, you dingbat. You left nutless?
Yes, right. Wing nut. Yeah. 7-5, get it right. Well, you know, old, what's his nuts? Vanilla Pudding. He's dropping and complaining and worried about a dirty bomb. Well, the first question is, why would Zelensky do something like that to destroy his own country? And two, Vanilla Pudding is not the victim here. The victim is the Ukrainians, including the citizens, because he's obviously got it in for the citizenry instead of the army. And I don't think that the Ukrainian army is actually hiding behind the skirts of the citizens out there. So I think he's just full of BS. I get a little tired of that Vanilla Pudding guy. So maybe all them drugs he's taking for his hemorrhoids, maybe they'll finally do him in. Yeah, I tell you what. Whoops.
What
I'm
have you
having
done?
a Fetterman moment. Sorry about that.
Okay, right. Whoops. What was I thinking?
I don't know. What were you thinking? Oh, me. Yeah. Okay. So I think that was probably one that was really the whole thing I was calling about. And for all them foreign drivers out here that are really messing up the highway system by driving really extremely fast and extremely unsafe, I really don't have enough phlegm in my system to tell them exactly what I think about them and their ways of being. Really what they ought to do is learn how to assimilate to us instead of us assimilating to the ways they thought life ought to be when they were over there charming snakes and flying on the carpet, you know what I mean? I agree with the heat wave.
Isn't it about time for us? Yeah, get you a cigar and a shot of bourbon. How about?
Yeah, buddy, that sounds fantastic. I'm still waiting for that Schatz beer that you were talking about the other
The
night.
Schatz. That's about it. Yeah, it's on the way. I could not afford overnight. I had to ship it. It may be 5 to 7 days.
Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Other than that, I'm gonna let you go. You have yourself a good night.
Have a good morning, right-wing nut. Yeah, someone earlier brought up, who was that? Knucklebuster? I think it was. Yeah, they keep, discussing. Lake Mead, I guess, is a graveyard, proverbial graveyard. Divers found the latest set of skeletal remains in a severely dry Lake Mead, according to authorities. Lake Mead National Recreation Area diver found what appeared to be a human bone in the Calville Bay area. The next day, the NPS dive team did a full search of the area, confirming, yes, this is human remains. No foul play suspected. I guess they're assuming it was a drowning. The coroner's office working to try and confirm the identity of the deceased. In this case, they did give kind of some updates on some of those remains that had been found earlier this year. But this is number 6, if you've lost track. 6 skeletal remains. Let's see. The first was ruled a gunshot wound, death by homicide. More remains found on May the 7th. The Clark County identified the deceased as a 42-year-old Thomas Ernst who had drowned, according to the outlet. Third and fourth set of remains found in July. Let's see. Authorities discovered a fifth set of remains to be believed to be related to the fourth set at the lake's Swim Beach area in mid-August. Anyway, the lake's capacity was measured at just 35% of capacity as of late August. I guess it continues to drop. They have had some rain out there, though, man. To get the latest numbers. Last time we saw the reservoir full was all the way back in 1999. But to give you an idea of just how much water Lake Mead holds, when it's at full, when it's at capacity, it's 9.3 trillion gallons of water. 9.3 trillion. It's a lot of water, right? Hey, we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. There you go. I was looking at a post on Facebook, obviously back in the 70s, from the old school page, they call it on Facebook. A woman at the grocery putting an 8-pack of Pepsi. Remember when almost every soft drink in the supermarket was in a glass bottle, right? They were actually, if memory serves, they were the 16 ounce. Were they 12 or 16 ounce? The tall bottles. So they were all in glass, but I also remember that you don't throw those bottles away. They were worth a nickel or a dime eventually. Yeah, you took those bottles back to the supermarket for recycling, right? They didn't all end up in the landfill. And if someone did throw a bottle out the window, those bottles, in most cases, were sturdy enough. If they landed in the grass or whatever, they didn't even break. And somebody's going to pick that bottle up, like me. Kids are going to pick that up because every nickel, every dime, hey, doesn't take long, and you could get a whole $1. And it kind of reminded me, it just flashed back. I can't remember how old I was. There was a time where the Kroger store near where we lived, they had a little machine. I don't know, would you call it a machine? It's like when you return your cart, if you take your cart back in and push it into that little rack, it would spit out a ticket. The ticket, I believe, was worth a nickel. And me and my uncle, and we would actually hang out in front of Kroger waiting for people to come out so we could go get their cart and return it for them. Didn't have to pay anybody to be out there getting the carts. And, on certain days, there'd be a dozen of us. There'd be 10, 12 kids out there, all grappling over who's going to get the cart, waiting for somebody to come out. It's my turn. It's my turn. So we could take it back in and get that little ticket for a nickel. We spent hours up there, but 1 nickel at a time. And of course, back in those days, a nickel was worth a whole lot more than it's worth today. But Gilligan, what's going on?
Oh, not much. Hey, my wife was at Aldi there a couple of months ago. She said this boy come up and offered to take her cart back. Now, Aldi, they got a little chain hook, and if you slide it in, you've got to put a quarter in it to unlock it from the next cart.
Yeah.
So he was getting a quarter every time he took somebody's cart back for it.
Yes, sir.
For him. So
Yep.
she let him take his cart back. I thought to myself, that was not a bad idea. I thought it was an ingenious idea, and I'm glad she let the boy take it, I'm going to touch on something. They're around home. Now, we have Dish Network. Now, it's amazing how satellite signals work these days, and I'm sure these commercials are not going nationwide or not on a local channel, but they're showing Joe Manchin commercials, believe it or not. And we're talking like, I think it's BTV and another one, that's where you're getting these Joe Manchin commercials. Joe Manchin does not even come up for re-election till 2024, and our other senator don't come up for election till 2026. But Joe Manchin's popularity in West Virginia has been slipping so much that he actually is running commercials talking about how he's reaching across the aisle and how he's bringing America together and all this other crap. It's amazing. It's just, and the sad part about it is so many people in my state fall for it. It just frustrates me to no end. It's like he says all this crap, and
they turns around and stabs us in the back. Look at the Inflation Reduction Act. He said, oh, we're going to reduce inflation. What did it do? It didn't reduce inflation. Maybe it helped some people, but most of them are billionaires. You know, it's just amazing that people keep falling for this crap. You know, I just don't get it. I guess I never will. Now, oh, by the way, I've got one bit of news for you.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, GMA and B News has been proven once again to be actually accurate. Now, we heard Pappy's call earlier. Didn't he not say that he was on the bomb squad? I wonder if Rambler's on there with him. What do you think, Steve?
I think you're talking about a different...
Got a confession.
It's a different kind of bomb. It's not the bomb. It's the bomb squad.
Well, that's what I heard, but my hearing's a little off anyway. Well, that's all I got for now, Steve, and thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I get you. The devil's lettuce. Man, that's the bomb, dude. All right, real quick, let me see here. We got a couple minutes again. Go ahead, Vic. What you got this morning?
Okay. I was going to connect up Nancy Pelosi and the whole grain situation here. And real quick, when Pelosi went over there and caused all that fuss about Taiwan, she violated about 3 different treaties that we have with China. And when she got to South Korea, they told her, if you kick up a fuss with Taiwan, don't count on using South Korea bases for that, because we're not going to allow you to use them for any sort of military action if China would happen to move against Taiwan.
Mm-hmm.
And other nations over there pretty well told her the same thing. Well, excuse me. Well, anyway, China gets most of their grain from us, soybeans, off the West Coast ports, which is railed out there. So those grain areas that usually had wide basis levels, they're tightening up, and they have better basis levels now than the river navigation does. So a lot of that, if China decides to get back into the purchasing game of grain, I'm sure they're going to take full advantage of the fact that they can drive our grain prices down with this river crisis we have now. But anyway, there will be a lot of grain that will be railed there.
Mm-hmm.
And if China...
And Vic, I knew we didn't have much time left, but yeah, I've got to close it out here on a Thursday morning. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight, though.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.